This way. Close that. I don't want to put it there. doesn't work for me. Now this is there you go. Now this is there you go. Place prep assembly 99. Still got a tech for him. That was good food. Thank you, Father. Bless you for yes. Bless install on Roblox. What? What do you mean install on Roblox? It's already there. Why do you have to install it every time I open it? That makes no sense. There he is. Where was I? Next to restriction. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong keyboard. That was funny. All right. Don't you get shy on me. There's a lion in you. So get up and praise the Lord. Come on. Don't you get shy on me. There's a lion in you. So go on and praise the Lord. Come on. Don't you get shy on me. There's a lion in you. So come on and praise the Lord. Don't stop now. Don't get shy on me. Don't stop now. Don't get shy on me. There's a lion in you, so go on and praise the Lord. There is nothing better than you. Nothing is better than you. Don't stop. Don't you get shy on me. Okay. Flies everywhere. Huge flies everywhere. Flies everywhere. Terrible. Just flies everywhere. Nothing to do. That's oh. Let's see what this is. Hmm. This is something I wasn't really worried about. I'll put it right on the shelf, front and center. And I don't want that kind of token. That away. Bring that away. I don't want to vote on that. I might respond to that later. Might. If I really don't want to vote for that. And I'll put that over there on the shelf. That, no, that's more important. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Praise God. Okay. Number one. Okay. Yeah, that's not good. Not bad. I'll share that with my case manager. Sure. Thanks. Now, control mail. Now, control the camera. That's ingenious. Think about it. You know, hey, little kitty cat. There. It's awesome. No. I don't want to hatch on. I've got to watch for a while. Yeah, 6 for that. Get some rewards right over here. Deem, deem, deem. 16, yay! No. 5 gem. Somehow you don't seem like I do. Somehow you don't seem like I do. Somehow you still care. Just breathe, just breathe. Find your rest in his care. And Boltsmith. Okay. Yeah. Right. It's an amazing word. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. All right. The person on Roblox sent me a friend request. I accepted it. I assumed it might be a certain person, but it probably isn't. Probably a random person. Eris. Okay, before I got. Oh, well. I'm thankful for all I got, Lord. Eris. It's good. I got Eris. I'm so glad to have a Loki avatar. Please, God. Mm. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good job. that ULF was a joke. Everything about it had been a joke from the very beginning. In 1979, in the waning days of the Carter administration, Norman Johnson had been an assistant professor of psychology at the University of California in San Diego. His particular research interest was group dynamics and anxiety, and he occasionally served on FAA crash site teams. In those days, his biggest problems had been finding a house for Ellen and the kids, keeping up his publications, and wondering whether UCSD would give him tenure. Norman's research was considered brilliant, but psychology was notoriously prone to intellectual fashions. An interest in the study of anxiety was declining as many researchers came to regard anxiety as a purely biochemical disorder that could be treated with drug therapy alone. One scientist had even gone so far as to say anxiety is no longer a problem in psychology. It's not. Anxiety is not a malady. There is nothing left to study. Similarly, group dynamics was perceived as old fashioned, a field that had seen its heyday in the Gestalt encounter groups and corporate brainstorming procedures of the early 1970s, but now was dated and passe. Norman himself could not comprehend this. It seemed to him that American society was increasingly one in which people worked in groups, now alone. Rugged individualism was now replaced by endless corporate meetings and group decisions. In this new society, group behavior seemed to him more important, not less. And he did not think that anxiety as a clinical problem was going to be solved with pills. It seemed to him that a society in which the most common prescription drug was Valium was, by definition, a society with unsolved problems. I can't read anymore, guys. I try. I'm starting to get that feeling again that happens when I read sometimes. So it doesn't happen when I talk. When I talk, it's fine. I can talk, it's fine. But when I read, I get this overwhelming feeling that it makes it hard for me to read sometimes. So what I'll do for you guys is play some videos of my own original content. YouTubers, YouTube. Did I really? Yeah, I did. I did do that, didn't I? Yes, I did. I did do that. Yep, I did do that. 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 Hope it doesn't happen again. Hope it doesn't happen again. It doesn't. It didn't. Praise God. Neil's trash. It claims that Grogu's trash, Neil's trash. It's funny. Neil Nation. Wow. I love Grogu and I'm probably gonna love Neil. So this is live? Oh, you know what? Well, I'll watch. But I can't watch I gotta watch them muted though. Maybe I can the Generation Chief. No. No. Let's go see what the chat's saying. See 5 minutes ago. There we go. Man, that's on too. Stephen Knight. I forgot this is on mute. I just dropped a like on them. I'll have to chat for everyone to see my Star Super. Oh, here we go. Pro. I'm not gonna pray that. Because what if it's a bad thing to pray, you know? So I won't pray it. Okay. Well, God didn't pray anyway, so God love her too. It's 1 year ago. Notify me. That's 7 hours ago. I'm gonna go ahead and drop a like on it. Check the algorithm that way. And we go ahead and couple V. Yeah, couple V. Let's see, video. Wait a second, where's live? There we go, there's live. Show 5. Show 5. Why is there 2 of those? 11 months ago. Huh. Oh, I see. Put this over there. Here, I'll replay these battles. Okay. One side of you lays my sin 2 ways. Thank you, Father. Maybe you already had this round. I know I could do stuff like that. So I don't know. Probably hadn't finished yet. So I don't know. I assumed it was wrong. I don't know. I'm a singer. For some. One side of you lays my sin 2 ways. Don't need to know what, know every, need it, not need every, know everything. There's more of you. I'm gonna go check on my cat, guys. Some water, huh? Yeah, some water. Yeah, baby. There you go. There you go. Tomorrow. That was a all the flies seem to be all the places that don't work out in one place. That's good. Been eating them? No. It's fine for cats. That's not for humans. Yeah, it's not for humans. It's not for humans. Wrong one. Oops, wrong one. Oh. That's back when I had someone come. Oh, by the way, this is the Brent Sold in the Rage show. In case you didn't know. I didn't have an introduction. Okay, next. No. Oh. You don't think you should show these flies? 3-star. Yes. A 3-star. Freeze ground. Well, I used 300. Don't get on there. No, no. No. Get off it. Get off it. Oops. This is not. This is my video right here. That was this video I was watching up there. But I'm trying to turn the volume on. How do you turn the volume on? No. That's something I was watching earlier right there. This is me playing right now. Shoot. I muted it. And I muted it. Interesting swords. Hey. Gandalf, no. Very fall. Got him. 3-star victory. Okay, she leveled up. Good. Now level her up some more. So what was he? Tonics health. Yeah. Let me take tonics. Yeah. Tonics hit flower. A hard node. I take a Kirat Castle. And I put it with Ronda Rousey. And Gaelic. No. Yeah, Gaelic backstop. And Rekka. And Tanix. Where is his Tanix one? Probably 3-star. I'm not even sure what she looks like. I think it's basic concept what she looks like, but I'm not sure. It's not her. 3-star. There she is. It must be her. Start. She's totally different than anything I've seen before, then I know it's Tanix. I don't know. He is 1 now. Change that far. She didn't experience guys whether she dies or lives, so. No, that's Frozen Banshee. That's Frozen Banshee. I gotta train her too. But no, she's not Tanix. Tanix. Oh, there she is. There's Tanix. I knew I'd find her. Okay. New champion, guys. Tanix Fleet Flower. That, for me, it's new. For me, she's new, I mean. For me, she's new. She didn't die with me. Whoa. That's cool. Okay. I'll train her up. I'll start multi-rail over. Maybe 30, yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll eat chips. iron and weeds and flies. Trying to see if she's a singer. She has a. Nope, no singer. I'm gonna make sure it's on more than 2 hours. I'm gonna go on 42 minutes, so yeah. So 1 hour and 20 minutes is all I can do now. That's 60, 120. Vacation time for 1 hour and 20 minutes. That's when this progress ends. Yeah, sure gonna problem multiple. we go. Got this person, that person, that person, that person, that armor, that armor, that armor. 7 shards. What's this? Oh, okay. Diabolist. I got one of those in there. Doesn't matter, I have another one. To my brush. Checking for clean. That's good. 3 jumps. Good. Uh, 31. Good. Oh, no, no, no. Well. Hash 131. Wow, hash 131. Sir Nicholas, 4,000. I have 0. 0. Okay. Yeah, 0. Okay. Don't duplicate. They're far from duplicate. They're rare. Very rare. I'm gonna defeat Kyoko now. Goku now. I'm gonna save it for my conqueror now. That. Ooh, clutch. Clutch. Good. Well, I could upgrade some artifacts, spend all the money. I'm level 45. I shoot some battles. So I should do. It's a nightmare. So, over here, stream something that's not original or not muted. Gotta periodically check on this. I don't know rest. These are rest. 11:51 p.m. right now. Yep, once we got rid of some of the let's try the battle. shows you inbound.
So I'm gonna watch it when it hits streaming, obviously, but I'm definitely gonna check it out. Like that first trailer really turned me off. Like I had zero interest after that first trailer. The second trailer, while better, still was nowhere near enough, at least for me, to overcome the first trailer. So I never had any interest in that. And then I started hearing what I was hearing from the people I trusted. Like, shit.
So this
So. Travis says, while heart isn't a moneymaker, yes and no. I think this movie is probably the most heart of a comic book film I've seen in a couple years. Yeah, that is one thing. The chemistry they've managed to create between Tom Hardy and Digital Venom is got a lot of heart in it. Like, that's one thing you can say these movies have, at least when it comes to Eddie and Venom. Is that relationship has a lot of heart. Travis says, speaking of Transformers, some of these symbiotes are becoming like the Autobots in the later Bay movies. Kind of. C-Dub says, chillin', if you like the OG animated movie from the 80s like me, which I do, Transformers 1 is a prequel. Oh, yeah, I know what it's about. Back on Cybertron, back when Optimus Prime and Megatron were still friends. Yeah. I know what it's about, but the trailers were just ass. And I was like, no. And he says, yeah, I have 2 Blu-rays and the DVD of the 1980s. Damn, bro. If you have 2 Blu-rays, that's just an extra. Message me in Discord. I'll send you my address. C-Dub says the trailers are so terrible. Agreed. The movie is a legit prequel to the 80s movie. Yeah, I'm going to watch it when it's streaming for sure. Do I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yes. I have not seen the most recent animated feature, but I do enjoy them. I enjoyed them when I was a kid in the movies back in the day. I enjoyed the cartoon. I never got into the comics so much, but I did actually get to read The Last Ronin, and that comic is fucking pimp, bro. Holy shit. And supposedly they're making a live-action a hard R live-action adaptation. So, fuck yeah, give me that shit. Oh. 2012 TV series. I'm not sure which version that is. I'd have to check out. Brent, what's happening, bro? Checking in and out. Busy. Okay, man. Do what you gotta do. Have a good night. God bless. And of course, be with you. Darth Gaelic, Vapad Knight of Melvin. What? Don't bring up that fucktard in my chat, goddamn. Travis says, I quote that 86 Transformers hit once a day. If you're gonna ride Dano, ride in style. I need to rewatch that. Steve says, I got the VHS, DVD, and special edition Blu-ray. I love that movie. It was my favorite as a kid. It's already out the screen. Transformers 1, all right. Thoughts on The Boys? Fucking love The Boys.
He works hard. He works hard.
Season 4 was the weakest in a very strong show. I still very much enjoyed Season 4, but it was definitely not as strong as Season 2. But I am very... I also enjoy Gen V. So I'm very looking forward to the Season 2 of Gen V and Season 5 of The Boys. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to get Season 2 of Gen V first.
I'm sticking up for my old stream. I like Darth. No, he's a good guy.
It was interesting to see how they handle the homie dying in real life. I mean, that sucks because I loved his character. His character was dope.
He works hard.
Yeah, thoughts on Invincible? I enjoy Invincible quite a bit too. I didn't get into it until after I think Season 2 was either almost all the way out or all the way out. So I wasn't as annoyed as everybody else with like half the season separated by 3 months apart and them taking so goddamn long to get to Season 2 in the first place.
also like basically you're gonna do. Sour Santa understands. 18 hours ago, okay. We'll double wait on these guys, so. Now I'll go ahead and search. Oh, yeah. Deal books. Hey, it looks like you can call Candy Fu Manchu. Wait on a shot. Hey. Your best piece is one domain audio. So I guess I'll do that.
Random House Audiobooks presents Beast by Peter Benchley. Read for you by David Rashi.
It says public domain. See? Public domain. Okay. YouTube, Google, public domain. That means this audiobook is public domain.
Beast. It hovered in the ink-dark water, waiting. It was not a fish. It was not a mammal. Its 8 sinuous arms floated on the current. Its 2 long tentacles were coiled tightly against its body. When it was threatened, or in the frenzy of a kill, the tentacles would spring forward tooth-studded whips. Had it been observable to the human eye, the animal would have been seen as purplish maroon, but that was now at rest. When aroused, it would change color again and again. The only element of the sea that the animal's sensory system monitored constantly was temperature. It was most comfortable in a range between 40 and 55 degrees Fahrenheit, and as it drifted with the currents, it moved up or down. Unlike many fish, it did not need community. It roamed the sea alone. And so it was unaware that many more of its kind existed than had ever existed before. The balance of nature had been disrupted. It existed to survive and to kill. For peculiarly, if not uniquely, in the world of living things, it often killed without need, as if nature, in a fit of perverse malevolence, had programmed it to that end. Elizabeth Griffin was sleepy. The boat's motion was the worst kind of soporific. Perhaps she should wake her husband, Howard. She looked at her watch. No, he'd only been asleep for an hour and a half. Let him have another half hour. She slapped herself in the face and shook her head. A wave lapped over the stern of the boat and soaked her. There was no problem. The water wasn't cold. It would... A wave? Now, how does a wave come over the stern of a boat when you're heading into the sea? She turned and looked. The stern was 4 inches from being awash. Adrenaline shot up her back and down her arms. She reached forward of the wheel, lifting a plastic cover, and flicked the switch that turned on the bilge pump. She heard the electric motor start, but something was wrong with the sound. It was distant, faint, and laboring. "Howard!" she shouted. No answer. "Howard!" Nothing. "Howard!" She looked into the after cabin. 6 inches of water covered the carpet. Howard Griffin was in a dark, foreboding dream. He willed himself awake, sensing that something was wrong. "I don't know, what is it?" he said. "We're sinking!" Griffin heard sloshing in the after cabin, saw the water, and knew what had happened. When the engine was not running, when the boat was sailing or tied to a dock, salt residue and molecules of corrosive chemicals had lain in the exhaust pipe and begun gradually to eat away at the steel. The minuscule hole in the exhaust pipe would have been there for weeks. They had had fair winds all the way up from the Bahamas and had used the engine only to power in and out of St. George's Harbor. But now, with the engine running steadily and the heat exchanger pump working full time, the hole was growing. Water that had dripped into the bilges now flowed. "Shut down the engine," he said. "What? Now!" Elizabeth found the lever and choked off the engine. Then she heard Griffin's voice below. "Bermuda Harbor Radio, this is the yacht Severance. Mayday, 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 we are sinking. Our position is, fuck." The boat yawed. Water rushed over the stern. A hand grabbed Elizabeth and pulled her back, and Griffin's voice said, "We've sunk." "No." "Hey," he said, and he gathered her to him and held her head against his chest and stroked her hair. "She's gone. What we've got to do is get the hell off before she slips away, okay?" She looked up at him and nodded. "Good." He kissed her head. "Get the EPIRB." Griffin went forward and uncovered the raft lashed to the cabin roof. He checked the rubberized box screwed to the deck plates to reassure himself that the flares, the fishing lines, and the emergency rations were aboard. As he undid the last of the raft's lashings, Griffin felt a weird satisfaction. He wasn't panicking. Elizabeth came forward. She carried the plastic bag containing the boat's papers, their passports, and cash, and in her other hand the EPIRB, the emergency beacon, a red box covered with yellow styrofoam with a retractable antenna on one end. The deck was awash now, and it was easy for them to heave the raft over the low railing into the sea. Griffin took Elizabeth's hand, and they watched in silence. The sailboat was a black silhouette against the stars. The stern sank lower and then slowly disappeared. And then, suddenly, the bow rose up like a rearing horse and slipped backward down into the abyss. Enormous bubbles rushed to the surface and burst with muffled booms. Its sensory receptors were processing signals of increasing danger. Something large was approaching from above. It prepared to defend itself. Chemical triggers fired throughout the great body. Chromatophores ignited within the flesh, and its color changed from maroon to a lighter, brighter red. It cocked its 2 longest whip-like arms, and then turned and backed around to face the direction from which its enemy was coming. Whatever was coming moved erratically at first, and then angled downward without a pause. Whatever it was passed and continued to the deep, trailing strange noises, creaks and pops, dead sounds. The creature's color changed again, and its arms uncocked and unfurled with the sea. Random drift had brought the creature to within 100 feet of the surface, and its eyes gathered flickering shimmers of silver from the stars. Because light could signal prey, it allowed itself to rise toward the source. Hunger drove the creature now, hunger that had become more and more urgent as it searched in vain for prey in the deep. Once, hunger had been a simple cue, a signal to feed. But now, food was a quest, for prey had become scarce. Again, the animal was alert, not to defend itself, but to attack. They had not spoken. Griffin had fired a flare, and, holding hands, they had watched the yellow arc and the burst of orange brilliance against the black sky. The raft dipped off the top of a wave and slid into a trough. They were capsizing. Elizabeth knew it. They couldn't stop it. She screamed. Then the raft evened out and bobbed gently up the next wave. "Hey," said Griffin, and he edged over to her and put his arms around her shoulders. "It's okay. We're fine." "No," she said into his chest. "We're not fine." "Okay. Okay. What are you scared of?" "What am I scared of?" she snapped at him. "We're in the middle of the ocean, in the middle of the night, in a raft the size of a bottle cap, and you ask me what I'm scared of? How about dying?" Dying from what?" She took a deep breath. "Sharks. Call me a wimp, but I'm terrified of sharks." "Sharks. Good. Okay. We can forget about sharks." "You can, maybe." "No. Listen. The water's cold. The Japanese and the Koreans have fished most of them out anyway, and if some big shark does come around, as long as we stay in the raft, we don't look, smell, or feel like anything he's used to eating. Now what else? Well, suppose a storm. Okay, weather. Not a problem. The forecast is good. We're not in hurricane season. We float around until we starve to death. Not gonna happen. 1, the wind is pushing us back toward Bermuda. 2, there are ships in and out of here every day. 3, worst case, by Monday afternoon the kids will report us missing, and Bermuda Harbor Radio knows all about us. But it won't get to that. This baby is beating its heart out for us." He patted the EPIRB. "First plane that goes over will call out the cavalry. Probably already has." Elizabeth was silent for a minute. "You're not scared?" He hugged her and said, "Sure I am." "Good." She put her head down into his chest and breathed through her nose. She smelled salt and sweat, comfort. She smelled 20 years of her life. "So," she said, "want to fool around?" "Right," he laughed. "Capsize in a fit of passion?" Elizabeth suddenly started. She sat up and turned toward the bow. What was that?" "What was what?" That scraping noise." "I didn't hear anything. Like fingernails." "Where?" She crawled forward and touched the rubber on the foremost cell of the raft. "Right here, like fingernails scraping on the rubber." Something from the boat, maybe." "Forget it." What's that smell?" "What smell?" Griffin took a deep breath, and now he did smell it. "Ammonia?" "Well, that's what I thought." Something from the boat." "Such as?" "Oh, how do I know? Unless something spilled in here." He turned and faced the stern of the raft and unzipped the lid of the rubberized box. It was too dark to see, so he bent over to smell the inside of the box. He heard a noise like a grunt, and the raft bounced and lurched to one side. "Hey!" He steadied himself with one hand on each side of the raft. "Careful there!" There was no alien odor in the box. He zipped it closed. Nothing. But the smell of ammonia was stronger now. He turned back to face the bow. Elizabeth was gone. He called out, "Elizabeth!" The word was swallowed by the breeze. He called again. He sat back and took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He felt dizzy and nauseous, and his pulse thundered in his ears. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, expecting to see her sitting in the bow and eyeing him quizzically, as if wondering if he'd had a fit. He was still alone. He screamed her name again and again. He heard a scraping noise, felt something touch the rubber beneath his buttocks. In the yellow-gray light from the sliver of the moon, he saw something move on the front of the rubber raft. It seemed to be clawing its way up the rubber, scrambling to come aboard. A hand. It had to be a hand. He flung himself forward and reached out, and when his fingers were an inch or two away from it, he realized that it wasn't human. It was slimy and undulant, an alien thing that moved toward him, reaching for him. Griffin recoiled and scrambled toward the stern of the raft. He skidded, fell. But then he watched, horrified, as it reappeared and inched upward until finally it was entirely atop the rubber cell. It straightened up, fanned out, looking now, he thought, like a giant cobra. Its surface was crowded with circles, each quivering with a life of its own and dripping water like ghastly spittle. Griffin screamed! But the thing kept moving forward, compressing itself into a conical mass and slithering toward him, walking, it seemed, on its writhing circles. Griffin's eyes fell on the oar in the raft. He grabbed it and held it like a baseball bat. He braced himself on his knees, and when he judged that the moment had come, he shouted, "Son of a bitch!" and slammed the oar down upon the advancing thing. He was never to know whether the oar struck the thing or whether somehow the thing had anticipated it. All he would know was that the oar was torn from his hands and held aloft and crushed and rejected, cast away into the sea. The thing hovered over him, twitching and spraying him with drops of water. Each of its circles twisted and contorted itself as if in hungry competition with its neighbors, and in the center of each was a curved hook, which, as it reflected rays of moonlight, resembled a golden scimitar. That was the last Griffin knew, save for pain. Whip Darling took his cup of coffee out on the veranda to have a look at the day. He saw a splash in the bay, then another, and heard a fluttering sound. Baitfish, a school of fry running for their lives and skittering over the glassy surface. The screen door swung open behind him, and his wife Charlotte, barefoot and wearing the summer cotton nightgown that showed the shadow of her body, came out with her cup of tea and, as she did every morning, stood beside him. He put an arm around her shoulder. "Mackerel in the bay," he said. "Good. First time in what?" 6 weeks or more." "You going out?" "I expect so. I want to retrieve the aquarium's lines." He finished his coffee, poured the dregs onto the grass, and as he turned to go inside, looked at the dark blue shutters, paint flaking, slats cracked and sagging. "Lord, this house is a mess." "Oh, they want $200 apiece to do the shutters," said Charlotte. $3,000 for the whole lot." "Thieves," he said, and he held the door for her. "I suppose we could ask Dana." She paused. "Not a chance," he said. "Things aren't that bad." "Well, maybe not yet, William." She went into the house, "but almost." "William now, is it?" he said. "It's pretty early in the morning for your heavy artillery." William Somers Darling was named after the Somers who settled Bermuda by shipwreck in 1609. Most Bermudians were named after one or another of the early settlers, and yet, as if in rebellion against mother country pretension, most Bermudians soon assumed a nickname. Darling's nickname was Buggy Whip, in commemoration of the weapon with which his father had regularly thrashed him. His friends called him Whip, and so did Charlotte, except when they argued or discussed something she considered too serious for levity. Then she called him William. He was a fisherman, or rather he had been. Now he was an ex-fisherman, for being a fisherman in Bermuda had become about as practical a profession as trying to be a ski instructor in the Congo. It was hard to make a living catching something that wasn't there. They could live comfortably, if not lavishly, on $20,000 or $25,000 a year. They owned the house. It had been in his family since before the American Revolution. But $20,000 might as well have been $1 million, because he wasn't making it. This year was half gone, and so far he'd made less than $7,000. His daughter, Dana, was working downtown in an accounting firm, making good money instead of going to college. For a while, she had succeeded in stealing some of their bills from their mailbox and paying them herself. When, inevitably, she'd been discovered, she'd advanced the defense that since the house was going to be hers one day, she saw no reason why she shouldn't contribute to its maintenance. The argument had slipped away from reason into dark regions of trust and mistrust, and had ended in hurt and anger. Maybe Charlotte was right. Maybe things were that bad. Darling had seen a folder from the bank in a pile of mail, but before he could ask about it, it had vanished. Now he forced himself to wonder, was she already talking about mortgages or loans? Would they have to let the bank get its hooks into them? No, he wouldn't let it happen. The Newport Bermuda race was coming up in 10 days, and a friend in the dive business was overbooked for charters during the layover and had asked Darling to pick up a few for him. Well, they'd be good for $1,000, maybe $5,000 in all. Then there was the aquarium retainer, which paid his fuel costs in exchange for his bringing them exotic animals he fished up from the deep. The aquarium also paid a bonus if he caught something spectacular. Finally, there was always the chance, about as long as winning the Irish sweepstakes, but never mind, a chance that he'd find a shipwreck with some goodies on it. Darling's mate, Mike Newstead, showed up a little after 7. Darling liked to joke that a geneticist would have prized Mike as the ultimate Bermudian, for he contained every ethnic strain ever represented in the colony. He was 36, 5 years younger than Darling, but he looked ageless. Mike stood 6'4" and weighed well over 220 pounds, not a gram of which was fat. Though Mike was slow to anger, he was said to possess an explosive temper that was kept in check by his diminutive Portuguese wife and by Darling, whom he loved. Darling considered him the perfect mate. Mike didn't like to make decisions, but rather preferred to be told what to do. If he had any opinions, he kept them to himself. He communicated most intimately and joyfully with Darling's most hated enemies, machines. Darling poured Mike some coffee, and they went outside and stood on the dock and watched a cormorant wheeling over the bay in search of food. "I guess we'll go pull the aquarium's traps," Darling said. "We leave them down there too long, critters might die or get eaten. Traps could break away." "Aye." "Might take along some bait, just in case." Mike nodded, finished his coffee, and went to the freezer in the tool shed to fetch some mackerel for bait. Darling boarded the boat and started the big Cummings diesel and let it warm up. The privateer was a shrimp dragger that Darling had bought at a yard in Houma, Louisiana, and converted to an all-purpose Bermuda workboat. She had a dry and roomy house, 2 compressors, 2 generators, and racks for 20 scuba tanks. Mike hopped aboard and cast off fore and aft. Darling put the boat in gear and eased out of Mangrove Bay and around the point to Blue Cut. Darling had set the aquarium's line to the northwest, about 6 miles offshore. For some reason, the creatures that interested the aquarium seemed to live only off the northwest edge. Now, as they cruised among the reefs, the water was calm, but with enough of a ripple to cut the glare and give definition to the different colors of corals. His gaze drifted from the white sand holes to the crevices and patches of reef, and always his eyes searched for the telltale signs of a shipwreck that could be as old as the time of the first King James. Bermuda had always been a ship trap, and it still was, even with all the modern navigational aids like RDF, LORAN, and satellite navigation, because the volcano, albeit extinct, protruded from the bottom of the sea like a wand full of electromagnetic anomalies. Machines, electronic or magnetic, seized up and went berserk around Bermuda. Nothing worked, not reliably. The whims of the Bermuda volcano helped spawn the legends of the Bermuda Triangle. And back in the old days, the reefs were capturing so many ships that an industry arose of people who made their living rowing out and salvaging stricken ships. Some weren't content to wait. They wanted to make their luck, and they'd wave phony lights to lure ships onto the reefs. Today, Darling saw no signs of shipwreck in the shallow water, but what he did see, for it was all he saw, drew the happiness out of him like a syringe pulling blood. 1 parrotfish, a needle-like garfish, tail walking across the surface, 6 flying fish that spooked away from the boat's bow, and a few meandering breams. Reefs that had once teemed with life were as empty as a train station after a bomb scare. He felt as if he were witnessing a funeral for a way of life. his way of life. Soon, the shallows sloped away to 40 feet, 60 feet, 100 feet, and he stopped looking at the bottom and began to search for his buoy. "Coming up on it," Darling called down to Mike, who put the pump motor he was fixing aside and reached for the boat hook. The orange and white buoy slid down the side of the boat, and when it reached the stern, Mike snagged it and pulled it aboard and walked it forward and wrapped the rope around the winch. Darling put the boat in neutral and came down from the flying bridge. "Go you," Mike said, and Darling pushed the lever and turned on the winch, and as the rope began to come up, Mike fed it into a 55-gallon plastic drum. They'd put down 3,000 feet of polyethylene rope with a buoy on top and 25 pounds of sash weights to keep it at the bottom. Starting at 2,000 feet, they had attached, at every 100-foot interval, a 20-foot length of 48-strand stainless steel airplane cable, and at the end of each cable was one of the aquarium's gimmicks. Some were small wire boxes, some were contraptions of fine mesh net. Most had bits of guri inside to attract whatever creatures lived down in the dark. Darling indulged his theory about ocean scavengers. Whatever stinks most works best, and he had baited the traps with the rankest, rottenest flesh he could find. Into a few of the traps he had put no bait at all, just Sialume chemical lights, following another of his theories, that light was such a novelty in a world of perpetual night that some animals might be drawn to it out of curiosity. "Something's not right," Mike said. He had a hand on the rope, feeling the tension with his fingertips. "She's stuttery. Feel it." Darling felt the rope. It was trembling erratically. Darling held up a hand, telling Mike to slow the winch, and bent over the side to see the first trap come into view. He saw the glint of the first stainless swivel holding the length of cable, saw the cable, and then nothing. The trap was gone. Impossible. The only animal large enough to take it was a shark, and there was nothing in the trap to interest a shark. And if one of them had taken a run at it, he would have taken the whole rig with him, rope and all. There was no way a shark could have broken the cable. Darling held the end of the cable close to his eyes. It had been sheared off, cut as clean as if by a scalpel. There were no gnaw marks, no worry marks. "Bit," he said. "Bit clean through." "Bit?" Darling looked out over the water. What in the name of Christ has a mouth that can bite through 48 strands of stainless steel? Mike said nothing. Darling gestured for him to start the winch again, and in a moment the second cable came up. "Gone," he said, for that trap had vanished too, that cable bitten through. "Gone," he said again as the next cable appeared, and the next, and the next. They were all gone. Now he saw the sash weights coming, and there was something strange about them, so he told Mike to stop the winch, and he pulled the last of the rope by hand. "Sweet Jesus," he said, "look here." One of the traps had been wrapped around the weights, embedded into them so hard it was as if everything had been melted together in a furnace. Mike stared at it. "Jesus, Whip, what kind of sumbitch do that?" "No man for sure," said Darling. "No animal neither. At least, no animal I've ever seen." They didn't speak as they disassembled the rig. Darling was running through the catalog of creatures in his head, trying to think of what might have the power and the inclination to destroy that rig. Part of him hoped they'd never know. He wasn't a stranger to the fact that nature had a dark side. Once, more than 2 decades ago, he'd been crew on a tanker off South Africa when, out of nowhere, had come a rogue wave that had put 100 foot of water in front of the ship. If Darling hadn't been sent up to the crow's nest 3 minutes earlier to fetch something, he would have gone down with the ship. Instead, he'd washed overboard and drifted on a hatch cover for 2 days until a coastal freighter picked him up.
Wow.
Another time in Australia, he and some mates had jumped ship after discovering the captain was addicted to ouzo and boys, and they'd embarked on a reckless treasure hunt in the outback. They'd met up with a family on holiday in a little caravan, and one afternoon they came back to find the whole family dead, killed by a taipan, a snake that attacks for the sake of attacking, that kills for the sake of the kill. Darling had gradually concluded that nature wasn't to be trusted. Often enough, she revealed a sinister side. Mike had had no such experiences, and he was not happy with the unknown. He didn't mind so much not having answers himself, but he didn't like it when Whip didn't have them. Darling saw his signs of anxiety. He knew he'd have to ease the man's misery. "I take it back," Darling said. "I think it was a shark." "What makes you think so?" Mike asked, wanting to believe, but needing some convincing. "Had to be. I just remembered National Geographic. Some sharks can put out 20 tons per square inch when they bite. That'd be more than enough to cut those cables." Mike thought for a moment and then said, "Oh."
Yeah.
Darling looked up at the sky. He felt an odd desire to quit and go home, but the sun was still climbing. It wasn't yet noon, and he'd already burned up $25 or $30 worth of fuel. If they went home now, he'd be out of pocket $50 with nothing to show for it but an awkward explanation to the aquarium. And so he forced himself to say, "What say we try for a day's pay?" Mike said, "Good enough." And together they began to rig a deep line with some baited hooks. Maybe they'd catch something worth selling, maybe just something worth eating. Even if they just caught something, it would be better than heading back to the dock and acknowledging another day's defeat. The thought depressed. All fishing did nowadays was remind him of how good things used to be. In the late 60s and 70s, he could still go out on the reefs and catch his dinner. There were lobsters under every rock, schools of parrotfish, angelfish, triggerfish, surgeonfish, damselfish, hogfish, porgies, even occasional groupers. Just over the edge in deeper water were whole colonies of groupers, Nassau groupers, spotted groupers, black groupers, and now and then a 500 or 600-pound jewfish. There were moray eels and tiger sharks, bull sharks and hinds and snappers. Turtles poked their heads up like little children swimming on the surface. A good day of fishing was 1,000 pounds of rockfish and 1,000 more of tuna, and the hotels took pride in listing the prime special of the day as fresh Bermuda fish. No more. Some of the hotels still listed Bermuda fish, but not with pride. For what they served now, all that was left was trash. The fish that had survived because nothing wanted them. Bermuda's ocean was one step from being as lifeless as the western eddies of Long Island Sound. What had killed Bermuda's fishing industry, Darling knew, was fishermen. And the chief villain was a piece of equipment they'd invented, the fish trap. In times past, fishermen had fished with hand lines, and what limited their catch was their grit. They stopped when they fell down in a stupor, their hands swollen like a convention of sausages. And then someone thought of putting down wire cages with bait inside and buoys to the surface. The fish would swim in, and thanks to construction of the traps, not be able to find their way out again. Soon everybody was putting traps down, as many as they wanted. There was supposed to be a limit, but nobody paid any attention to it. The first problem with the traps was that they did their job too well. They caught everything. Big, small, young, old, pregnant, whatever. A handline fisherman could pick and choose and put back fish that were too small or too loaded with roe. The second problem was lost traps. If the buoy broke away, or the rope chafed off, or a storm sea pushed the trap over the edge into the deep and it sank beyond reach, the trap would keep killing. The fish inside would die and become bait for more fish, which would come in and be trapped and die and become bait for more fish, forever and ever, amen. Darling had found lost traps in the bottom that looked like a Tokyo subway car at rush hour, jam-packed with everything from eels to parrotfish to octopus to crabs. Finally, in 1990, about 10 years too late, the Bermuda government had outlawed trap fishing and paid off the island's 78 commercial fishermen. Now that the traps were outlawed, The hope was that the fish would come back, but Darling had his doubts. And as if man wasn't working fast enough to turn Bermuda into a wasteland, nature was throwing her wrecking ball at the island. Darling had a friend, Marcus Sharp, stationed at the U.S. Navy base, who showed him some figures concluding that the water temperature around Bermuda had risen by 2 degrees in the last 20 years. To a man in the city, 2 degrees might be nothing. To corals in the sea, 2 degrees spelled the difference between life and death. 10% of Bermuda's corals were already dead. If 10% became 20%, if then all the coral disappeared, gradually Bermuda would erode away, for corals were the island's shield against the open ocean. The last horse in the troika of destruction was the foreigners. The Japanese and the Koreans were massacring the deep-water species. They were out there every day, setting 30-mile-long nets, and they were getting everything. Those fishermen who didn't use nets used long lines, miles and miles of line, with baited hooks every few feet. They killed everything, without selection or discrimination. The sun had just begun to slide westward off its peak when they pulled in the line. The 8 hooks had caught 2 small red snappers. Their eyes popped and their bladders squeezed out through their mouths by the sudden loss of pressure. Darling tossed them into the bait box. "Well, then, to hell with it," he said, and he went forward to start the engine. He was about to step inside the cabin when he heard Mike say, "Well, look there." A Navy helicopter was heading their way from the south. "I wonder where he's going," Darling said. "Nowhere. They never do. Just logging time." "I don't know," Darling said. "Unless he's late for supper up in Nova Scotia, I'd say he's on a mission with some clout to it." He turned into the wheelhouse and picked up the radio microphone. Huey 1, Huey 1, Huey 1, this is Privateer, come back." Lieutenant Marcus Sharp had been shooting baskets that Friday when the operations officer called him and said that a British Airway pilot on his way to Miami had picked up an emergency signal 20 miles north of Bermuda. Sharp had quickly showered and pulled on his flight suit, while the operations officer had rounded up a co-pilot and a rescue diver for him and made sure one of the helicopters was gassed up. As he lifted off from Kinley Field and banked around to the north, for the first time in weeks, Marcus Sharp felt alive. Something was happening. Not much, not exactly what he'd call action, but anything was better than the nothing that had become his routine. Sharp's problem wasn't only that he was bored. It was more complicated than that, worse than boredom. He had a weird, amorphous sense that he was dying. Not physically, but in other, less tangible ways. He'd always needed adventure, courted danger, thrived on change. The Navy recruiter at Michigan State had recognized the need in Sharp for action and had played to it. He persuaded Marcus that the Navy offered him a chance to spend his career doing what others could hope to do only on occasional vacations. He could pick his specialty, change it regularly, and in the process contribute to the nation's defense. Sharp signed up before graduation, and in June of 1983, he entered Officer Candidate School in Newport, Rhode Island. The first few years met all his expectations. He became expert in underwater demolition. He qualified as a helicopter pilot. He saw combat in Panama, spent a year studying meteorology and oceanography on an exchange tour in Halifax. But in the past year and a half, variety and fun had ceased to satisfy. At the core of his discontent lay the only thing close to tragedy that Marcus Sharp had ever known. He had fallen in love with the United Airlines flight attendant, a skier and scuba diver, and they'd been all over the world together. And then one September day in 1989, they were snorkeling off a beach in North Queensland. They'd seen a turtle swimming by, and they'd followed it. Karen had reached out to touch it, and as Sharp watched, she suddenly convulsed and arched her back and clawed at her breast. Sharp grabbed her, but by the time he got her to shore, she was dead. The turtle had been feeding on sea wasps, colonies of nematocysts so toxic that a brush with them could stop a human heart. When Karen had been buried, Sharp had become plagued by the emptiness of life, the lack of focus. The Navy had given him the best billet available, a 2-year tour in Bermuda. There he'd found nothing much to do except shuffle papers and occasionally fly around in a helicopter. Meanwhile, he volunteered for any task that would keep his mind off himself. He was heading northwest now. 6 miles off the island where the reefs ended, he heard a beep. He looked at the co-pilot, tapped his earphones, and the co-pilot nodded and gave him a thumbs-up sign. Then a voice came over his marine radio. Huey 1, Huey 1, Huey 1, this is Privateer, come back. Privateer, Huey 1, Sharp smiled. Hey, Whip, where you at? Right underneath you, lad. Going for an outing? BA pilot picked up an EPIRB signal a while ago. Maybe I'll chase your wake. Okay, do that, Whip. Who knows? Might use your help. Done and done, Marcus. Good, Sharp thought. If there was a boat sinking out there, Whip would arrive a lot faster than any vessel summoned from the base. Besides, maybe there'd be something worthwhile for Whip if nobody claimed it. A raft, a radio, a flare gun, something worth selling or using, something to get Whip money or to save him money, and Sharp knew Whip needed it. Besides, Sharp thought, I owe him one. 1? Hell, he owed Whip Darling about 100. Whip had saved Sharp's sanity. He'd met Whip at a base function. Sharp had listened fascinated to Whip's discourse on the techniques of discovering shipwrecks, and had asked enough intelligent questions to secure an invitation to come out on the boat some Sunday, which had quickly become every Sunday and most Saturdays. As he listened to Whip, he learned, for here was a man with 6 years' schooling who had taught himself to be not just a fisherman and a diver, but a historian and a biologist and a numismatist and, well, a walking encyclopedia of the sea. The beeping was loud and regular now, and Sharp could see something yellow sliding up and down the rolling seas. It was a raft, small and empty, and apparently undamaged. He circled it, careful to stay high enough so that the downdraft from his rotors didn't start it spinning or capsize it off the top of a wave. Privateer, Huey 1? Yeah, Marcus, came Whip's voice. It's a raft. Nobody aboard. Why don't you let me pick it up with my davit? I'll cruise around, see if there's any swimmers, and then bring it to shore. Nobody has to get wet. You got it. Meanwhile, we'll set a search grid and swing back and forth till fuel sends us home. They raised the raft in less than an hour. Darling made a slow circle around it. She's a Switlick, he said, pleased. There's a couple thousand, maybe more. Looks brand new off the shelf. Well, that or they were rescued right quick. Darling saw none of the normal signs that people had spent time in the raft. No dirt, no scuff marks, no bits of clothing. The sharks got him, Mike said. Darling shook his head. Shark would have bit through the rubber, maybe burnt it with his skin. You'd see it. Oh, what then? Whale, maybe? Darling kept circling as he pondered that possibility. Humpback whales had killed people, but always by accident. They had come up to rafts out of curiosity to see what they were, and gotten underneath and given a flip with their tails, and people had been flung to death. No, Darling said, everything would be upside down and akimbo. Mike said, could be the raft just slipped off the deck and fell in the ocean. Then what turned on the EPIRB? Darling pointed to the styrofoam-cased beacon. That's not automatic. Gun to my head, I'd say their boat sank out from under them and they tossed the raft in the sea and jumped for it and missed and drowned themselves. Mike seemed to like that answer, so Darling didn't articulate the hazy idea he had of another option. But something was bothering him, and he continued to stare at the raft. The oar. That was it. There wasn't any. Every raft carried at least one oar. And then his eye was attracted to sunlight glinting off something on one of the rubber cells. There were scratch marks. Around each scratch mark, shining in the sun, was a patch of some kind of slime. He touched his fingers to the slime and raised them to his nose. "What?" Mike said. Darling hesitated and then decided to lie. It's sunburn oil. Poor buggers were worried about their tans." He had no idea what it was. It stank of ammonia. Darling called Sharp on the radio and told him that he had the raft and intended to keep searching. And so they drove north for an hour. They just turned eastward, away from the sun, when Mike called out, "There!" and pointed off to the port side. 20 or 30 yards away, something big and glistening was floating in a tangle of sargasso weed. It bobbed slowly and had a wet sheen and quivered like jello. "Well, what the hell is that?" said Mike. "That beats me. Spawn of some kind, I guess." By 6 o'clock, they had left the deep behind. From the flying bridge, they could see sand holes on the bottom and dark patches of grass and coral. By the time Darling rounded the point into Mangrove Bay, the blue of the sky was fast turning violet, and the departed sun had tinted the western clouds the color of salmon. A single light bulb burned on the dock, and beneath it, moored to a piling, was a white 25-foot outboard motorboat with the word "Police" stenciled on the side. 2 young policemen stood on the dock. Darling knew the policemen. These 2 he'd taken to sea with him on their days off and helped them learn to read the reefs, had shown them the shortcuts to the few deep-water channels in and out of Bermuda. He leaned on the railing and said, "Colin? Barnett? Well, what brings you fellas out of the night?" "Heard you found a raft," Barnett said. "Yep, true enough." Barnett stepped aboard and pointed to the raft. "That it?" "That's the one." Colin said hesitantly, "Whip, we gotta take it." Darling paused. "Well, why is that? Somebody claimed to have lost it?" "No, not exactly." "Well, then it's mine, isn't it? First law of salvage, finders keepers." Not this time," Colin said. "Dr. St. John wants it." "Dr. St. John?" Now Darling knew he was bound to lose and his temper was bound to win. Liam St. John was one of the few men in Bermuda who Darling took the trouble to loathe. A second-generation Irish immigrant, he had gone away to school in Montana and graduated from some diploma mill that awarded him a doctorate. Exactly what the doctorate was in, nobody knew, and he never said. He had left Bermuda pronouncing his name St. John, and had returned pronouncing it, and insisting everyone else do too, St. John. St. John had rallied a few powerful friends of his parents and besieged the government, arguing that maritime history and wildlife management were being grossly mishandled by amateurs and should be turned over to certified experts, which meant him. The politicians created the new position of Minister of Cultural Heritage. They didn't bother with a precise job description, which suited St. John just fine, for he defined and expanded the job as he went along, assuming more and more authority. Scientists who had once regarded Bermuda as a prime deep-water laboratory no longer bothered to come, because St. John insisted that all discoveries be turned over to and examined by his staff, who prepared papers, always pedestrian, usually erroneous, for him to deliver at academic conclaves. For almost a year, Darling and his diver friends had fantasized about ways to get rid of St. John. "This raft is mine, and you know it." Darling wanted to say more. Wanted to say that it wasn't a matter of the raft, wasn't even just a matter of principle. It was also a matter of the $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 that could make a difference. Dollars he was not going to let Liam St. John steal from him. "Whip," Barnett sighed. "You know what we're going to have to do." "Yep. You go back and tell Dr. St. John to suck eggs." "No. We're going to go back and get a dozen more coppers and come back and take the raft." "Not without somebody getting bruised." "Well, that may be, Whip, but think about it. That happens, you're going to end up in jail, we're going to end up with a raft, and who's going to get the last laugh? Dr. St. fucking John. Darling wanted to fight, but he swallowed it, because he knew Barnett was right. Barnett, he said at last, you are the soul of wisdom. Dr. St. John wants my raft, well, Dr. St. John shall have my raft. He stepped over the raft and raised the gaff above his shoulders and slashed downward at the bow. The hook plunged through the rubber, and, with a pop and a hiss, the cell collapsed. Whoops, Darling said. Sorry. And he dragged the raft toward the bulwark. He slammed the hook into another cell, and it deflated, and he hauled the sagging rubber up onto the bulwark. Something small fell from the raft and hit the steel deck with a click and rattled away. He withdrew the hook and stepped back and drove it through the aftmost cell. Whoops, he said again, and dropped the raft into the police boat. There, Dr. St. John can have his bloody raft. The policemen looked at one another. Okay, said Colin. We'll tell Dr. St. John that's how you found it. Right, said Barnett. Looks to me like a shark got it. Darling watched as the policemen started their motor and backed away into the darkness. There's always the dive chargers during the big race layover, Mike said. They'll turn us a pretty dollar. Sure, said Darling. Sure. As they cleaned up the boat, Darling felt something small and sharp under his foot. He picked it up and looked at it, but the light was bad, so he dropped it into his pocket. Darling followed Mike up the path to the house, waited till Mike had started his motorbike and driven away, then shut off the outside lights and went inside. He poured himself a couple of fingers of dark rum and sat in the kitchen. Charlotte came in, smiled, and sat across the counter from him. That was childish, she said, quietly. Do you know how sick it makes me to feel so helpless? I had to do something. Did it make you feel better? Sure. Really? Sort of. He looked at her. She was smiling. Okay, you're right. I'm an old fart with a baby's brain. As he rose up to kiss her, something stabbed him in the thigh, and he yipped. What? She said. I've been punctured. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the thing he'd stepped on. It was a crescent-shaped hook, not of steel, but of some hard, shiny, bony substance. Looks like a claw, said Charlotte. Tiger, maybe. Where did you find it? It fell out of that raft, he said. He hesitated as he recalled the marks he'd seen on the raft, like cuts in the rubber. What the hell? Lucas Coven was always doing this, getting himself in over his head. It was his mouth that betrayed him every time. He swore that if he made it through today without a calamity or a lawsuit, he'd never go into a bar again. He looked down from the flying bridge to make sure his two passengers hadn't fallen overboard or speared one another. They had said that they were expert divers, had insisted on showing their advanced open water cards. But in Lucas's mind, people who decked themselves out in all that machinery weren't divers, they were shoppers. Besides, that girl Susie looked like she didn't need gear. She had a set of lungs on her that should take her to 1,000 feet on a single breath. Golden brown skin, the mane of yellow hair that when he first saw it had made him catch his breath. She was a prime candidate for that Sports Illustrated special issue. He had been dazzled by the girl from the moment he saw her in the bar. But he had no ambitions about her because the boy she was with was just as good-looking as she was. Lucas imagined them to be a matched pair from some scientific stud farm. They looked so much alike they could have been brother and sister, which, he later learned, was exactly what they were. Twins. Because the booze had Lucas well in tow by now, and was deluding him that he was as smooth as Tom Cruise, Lucas began to fancy that he might actually have a chance with this heartstopper. Lucas didn't say a thing while the two discussed the depths of the various shipwrecks they'd been on. He had found his opening when the boy, Scott, said something like, the boat guy said the deepest wreck around here is the Pellananian? The deepest shipwreck in Bermuda, Lucas said with a smile, so charming, pleased to find that his mouth was working even though his lips felt kind of numb, is the Admiral Durham. And you've seen it? Scott said. Once, years back. She's not so easy to find. She starts at 190 and then angles down the slope to about 300. Scott said, "Oh, give me a break." Susie put a hand on Lucas's arm, actually touched him, and with a glance at her brother that told him to keep quiet, said, "Our treat," and gestured to the bartender to give them a couple of beers and Lucas another vodka. When the drinks came, Susie said, "Excuse us a minute," and she took Scott's arm and led him off by some empty tables. When they came back, it was Scott who started the ball rolling. Did Lucas think he could find the Admiral Durham again? Probably, but he didn't know. He was pretty busy. They'd make it worth his while. In fact, if he could guarantee to put them on the shipwreck, they'd pay $2,000. But if he didn't find it, they'd ride for free. Well, fair enough. But Lucas had to ask, were they sure they were up to a 200-foot dive? Did they know about the bends, which could cripple or kill them? Oh, sure, they were super careful. And if they hadn't actually gone to 200 feet before, they'd both been down well over 100. Scott said, "So let's raise a glass to the dive of a lifetime." And they had done just that. Several glasses, in fact, until the time came when Lucas decided to make his move on Susie and suggested they slip away for a quiet dinner somewhere. She'd laughed at him. Not a nasty laugh, but a kind of sweet, motherly laugh that he couldn't get mad at, and ruffled his hair and said, "See you tomorrow." Lucas gave Southwest Breaker a wide berth. He could tell, looking down at them, that they were nervous, which was healthy. They might eat up air so fast they'd never get near the bottom, but that wasn't his worry. The day was looking promising, after all. With luck, he could be back at the dock by lunchtime. If they were successful, if he gave them the dive of a lifetime, Susie might yet come around. Well, you never knew. Lucas jockeyed the boat, nudging forward a hair, enough to compensate for the current gripping the anchor and bowing the line, and pushed the button that released the anchor. The creature was in a state close to hibernation. Its arms and whips floated freely, like gigantic snakes. Suddenly, the silence was broken by sound vibrations, which showered down upon it and were amplified by the salt water. To a human ear, the sound would have been thick, resonant, metallic, the sound of solid steel striking hollow steel with weight and velocity. The creature moved toward the unnatural thing, then hovered over it, searching for the source of the sound. Any sound, any change whatever in the normal rhythms of the sea could mean prey. And the need that was overwhelming it, now that it was moving and consuming energy, was hunger. When Lucas was satisfied with the anchor set, he cleated off the rope and went aft. "Dive, dive, dive," he said, grinning at Scott and Susie, who looked like heroes from one of those comic books. They were wearing matching wetsuits, blue with yellow chevrons. Lucas ushered them down into the swim step off the stern. He said, "Swim on the surface up to the anchor line, and get a grip on it, and check everything out, and wait till you're all calm and cool. And when you're ready, one of you go first, the other right behind. Fire for the bottom, and don't dally. You got precious little time as it is. Any spare time you got, use it to come up nice and slow." As soon as they hit the water, they inflated their vests and lay on their backs and kicked against the tide toward the bow of the boat. Lucas looked at his watch. 10:52. By 11 o'clock, he'd be either $2,000 richer or in a mess he didn't want to think about. The creature's eyes registered faint light above. It sensed movement, something coming closer, and a sound that signaled a life form. It dropped back, its great body resting in shadows, waiting. Scott pulled himself down the anchor rope hand over hand. He paused to check his air gauge, 2,500 pounds, plenty, and his depth gauge, 120 feet. He saw no shipwreck below him, no bottom. The feeling was eerie, but not frightening. Where was Susie? Scott turned and looked back up the anchor line. She was way above, afraid, maybe, or having trouble with her ears. She'd be okay. Coven could look after her. At 160 feet, he saw it. A ghost ship seeming to sail right up to him, enormous beyond imagining. Fantastic. He unsnapped the video camera from his belt, switched on the light, and adjusted its settings. Then he aimed the camera at the bow of the ship and pressed the trigger and let himself drift gradually downward. It was alive, whatever this thing was, and it was coming. The creature cocked its whips and fluttered its tail fins and very slowly began to move out of the shadows toward the prey. Scott dropped down onto the bow of the ship. This was incredible, the size of it. His world became a tiny square with a green light in one corner and some numbers on the bottom. He felt a change in the rhythm of the water around him, but he didn't turn to look. It had to be a blip in the current, or perhaps Susie arriving nearby. Something touched him. He jerked. He turned, but all that he could see was a blur of purple, and then something had him around the chest and was squeezing. He twisted around, but the something kept squeezing. Now there were stabbing things in it, like knives. He heard a crack in his ribs, breaking like sticks of kindling. The last thing he saw in his mask was a bubble of blood. Susie could see nothing above, nothing below. She was fighting to stay in control, not to panic. Why hadn't Scott waited for her? They were supposed to go down together. She clung to the anchor line and closed her eyes, willing herself to take slow, deep breaths. Her brain cleared. Panic subsided. She decided to drop down the line another 50 feet. Maybe she could at least see the shipwreck from there. Still clutching the rope, she let herself fall. Something was moving below. Something was coming up at her. It had to be Scott. He'd seen the wreck and he'd taken his pictures and he was already on the way back. She'd never get to see it. This moving thing, this purplish thing, it wasn't Scott rising at her. It was huge, so huge it couldn't possibly be alive. But what was it? What could it... Her last sensation was surprise. Lucas looked at his watch. 10:59. They better be on their way up in the next 60 seconds. If not, he'd have to get on the radio and find out where the nearest decompression chamber was. That is, unless they never got there at all, chickened out, maybe hung at 150 feet or so from where they could just see the shipwreck. Yeah, that was it. Had to be. They'd gotten halfway down and decided this was out of their league. They were 125, 150. They could stay for another 5 minutes. 11:02. He heard a noise down aft. Jesus! Stupid bastards had come up away from the anchor line, probably run out of air and shot for the surface. Be lucky if one of them didn't have an embolism. Now he smelled something. Ammonia. Ammonia here? As he edged to the side of the cabin, the boat suddenly heaved sharply to starboard. Christ, what was that? He heard wood crack and splinter. The boat was listing badly now. He had to struggle to keep his footing. He looked over the transom, and what he saw froze him. It was an eye. An eye as big as the moon, bigger even, in a field of quivering slime, the color of arterial blood. He shouted, not words, just noise, and snapped upright to flee the eye. He lurched to the right, took a step, but the boat heaved again and he was thrown backwards. His knees struck the transom, his arms flailed out, and he tumbled overboard. Marcus Sharp checked his fuel gauges and saw that in another 15 or 20 minutes he'd have to turn back to the base. He was about to turn to the northeast when his radio came alive. Huey 1, Kinley. Go ahead, Kenley. You feel like a little flake patrol, Lieutenant? Well, if it doesn't take more than 10 minutes, what's up? A woman called the cops, said she saw a boat go to pieces a mile south of Southwest Breaker. She was looking through her telescope for humpback whales, and she sees this fishing boat just go to pieces. No flame, no smoke, no nothing. Came apart. Sure, yeah, fat chance. Okay, I'll have a look, said Sharp. It's on the way home anyway. He flew south for 2 minutes and then turned southeast. Nothing. Nothing broke the endless roll of the blue swells. Kinley, Huey 1, Sharp said into his radio. I gotta break off. Nothing down there. Sharp turned east. Hey, his co-pilot said, and he tapped the plexiglass beside him and pointed downward. Sharp banked to the left and then looked. He saw 2 white rubber fenders, then some planks, then, half submerged, the entire roof of a boat's cabin. Can't stop now, Sharp said, or we'll be down there with it. He set his course at 040, straight for the base. He crossed the reef line and was just about to be over land when he looked to his right and saw the privateer chugging slowly westward along the shore. He pressed the talk button on his microphone and said, Privateer, this is Huey 1. Darling was in the wheelhouse, wondering how much he could get if he sold his Masonic bottle. It was a good bottle, rare, 170 years old, when the call came. He picked up the microphone off its hook. Privateer. Oh, more bullshit, Mike said. No, it wasn't his fault about the raft, said Darling. He tried to do us a good turn. Privateer Huey 1, said Sharp. Whip. There's a boat wrecked about 2 miles dead ahead of you. I haven't got fuel to look for survivors. Police boat's probably on the way, but you're closest. Well, roger that, Marcus. I'll go check it out. Hey, Marcus. Probably going out this weekend if you're interested. There was a relief in Sharp's voice as he replied. I'll say. That is, if they don't have me swabbing latrines. Darling replaced the microphone on its hook. Why did the Navy get on Marcus's case? Asked Mike. Why do you think? Because the Earl of fucking St. John got on theirs. Darling was finding himself so angry so often these days that he was beginning to wonder about himself. He and Mike had returned the damaged gear to the aquarium and had explained what little they knew about what had happened to it. The deputy director had said, "We'll be terminating our agreement with you." What? Why? Well, this was, he wouldn't look at Darling. Expensive equipment, after all. Sharks are big animals, after all. Jesus, Milton. If you want me to hang the gear at 10 feet, sure, nothing'll touch it. But if you want me to hang it down where the action is, there are risks. Yes, but I'm afraid that's that. Well, who's going to catch your critters for you? Well, that's yet to be decided. It's St. John, isn't it? Milton had looked away. I don't wildlife management. He's decided wildlife management takes in the aquarium too, right? You're jumping to... He's going to take my $800 a month and go out with a dip net and a case of Budweiser, and when he doesn't come back with shit, he can blame it on the oil spills off California. Darling was right, and he knew it. Darling was convinced that St. John saw him as a threat to his power. St. John was determined to bring Darling to heel, or to destroy him. And what rankled Darling was that St. John was succeeding. He had all the weapons. There, said Mike. Whip could see debris everywhere. Sling it all aboard, he called to Mike. For an hour he cruised among the debris as Mike grabbed piece after piece of flotsam and tossed it into the cockpit. You want that too? Mike said, pointing to a white wooden rectangle. No, that's the roof, Darling said. And then something came to him. He picked up a 4-pronged grapnel attached to 20 feet of rope and tossed it at the wood. He caught the far edge, dragging the corner of the roof out of the water. He had a glimpse of pea soup green on the underside. It's Lucas Coven's boat, he said. I saw him painting the boat last spring. He was doing the whole inside of the house in baby shit green. Said he got the paint on sale. Oh, what the hell was he doing out here? Oh, you know Lucas, Darling said. Probably some half-assed scheme to make $2 in a hurry. How do you make $2 out here? There's nothing here. Nothing but the Durham. Nobody dives on the Durham. Nobody with sense. So, what blew him up? Darling said, nothing blew him up. No char, no smoke. He was busted up. Somehow. By what? Killer whales? Killer whales in hailing distance of the beach? Well, you come up with something then. Darling felt anger welling up again. Hey, whip, Mike said. Annoyed now with himself, Darling kicked a life jacket which rose off the deck and would have gone overboard if Mike hadn't caught it. What's this? Darling looked. The orange cloth had been shredded. There were 2 marks in it, circles about 6 inches in diameter. For God's sake, Darling says, looks like a scuttle. Sure, Mike thought Darling was joking. But what was it then? Darling tossed the life jacket onto the deck and kicked some pieces of wood aside to clear his way forward. One of the planks struck the steel bulwark, and as it fell backward, something dropped to the deck. It was a claw, like the other one, crescent-shaped, 2 inches long and sharp as a razor. As the boat settled again, something floated out from underneath it. Rubber. Blue, with a yellow chevron on either side. A wetsuit hood. Darling picked up the boat hook and dipped it overboard and scooped up the hood. It came up like a cup full of water, and in the water were 2 little black and yellow striped fish. Sergeant Majors. They were feeding on something. A smell rose from it, sharp and acrid, like ammonia. What the fish was feeding on looked like a big marble. Mike came up behind Darling and looked over his shoulder and gasped. Is that human? It is, said Darling, and he stood aside to let Mike retch and see. Dr. Herbert Talley, one of the world's leading experts on cephalopods, crossed the quadrangle, stopped at Commons to pick up his mail, and climbed the stair to his tiny office. Talley hung his coat and raincoat on the back of the door, turned on the radio, and sat with his airmail copy of the Boston Globe. There was no news, really, at least nothing to excite an aging malacologist stuck in the wilds of Nova Scotia. Everything was more of the same. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. There it was, a tiny item on the bottom of the page. 3 die at sea, Bermuda, AP. 3 persons died yesterday when their boat sank from unknown causes. The victims included 2 children of media magnate Osborne Manning. There was no evidence of explosion or fire. Local residents, recalling the mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle, blamed the incident on a sea monster. The only clues noted by police were strange marks on wooden planks and an odor of ammonia in some of the debris. Ammonia. Ammonia was the key. Talley felt a thrill of discovery, as if he'd suddenly stumbled upon a new species. This species wasn't new, however. It was Talley's old nemesis, his quarry, a creature he'd spent a large part of his professional life seeking, a creature he'd written books about. But as quickly as he had become elated, he was overcome by gloom. He had to get to Bermuda, but how? He must mount a proper scientific search, but how would he pay for it? The university was funding nothing these days. Grant money had vanished. The solution was simple enough. Money. The world was full of money. How could he get some of it? From the radio came the strains of music he knew but couldn't name. The song ended, and then another song began, equally haunting, equally hopeful, and Talley knew what it was. Mahler's Kindertotenlieder, the song cycle about the death of children. A nice irony, Talley thought, that from the most ghastly of tragedies could come a wondrous masterpiece. It would take a spiritual giant to create beauty out of the death of children. Children. He stopped breathing. There it was, his answer. Manning, he read. Media magnate Osborne Manning. He picked up the telephone and asked the operator for directory assistance for New York City. Osborne Manning sat in his office and tried to focus on a report from one of his vice presidents. The news was good. So what? Would Cash bring back his kids? He hadn't known how much his family mattered to him until he lost it. Cash couldn't even buy him revenge, and revenge was the one thing he craved. But he didn't have the luxury of imagining revenge, for he had no idea what had killed his children. No one knew. The intercom buzzed on his desk. He spun around and punched a button and said, "Damn it, Helen, I told you, "Yes, sir," she said, "but there's this Canadian scientist on the phone." "Who?" "A man who says he knows what killed the children." Manning couldn't speak. He reached for the phone and he saw that his hand was shaking. Mother and calf dove as one. Only a few months ago this would have been impossible. But now the calf was 2 years old, had grown to 25 feet long and more than 20 tons of weight. The sonar return was unmistakable. Prey. The mother thrust downward with her tail, accelerating, pulling away from her calf as she drove herself ever deeper. Though the prey was already located and had made no effort to escape, the mother's brain fired sonar missiles again and again, for it had determined that this was to be the calf's first mature kill. The prey was large, and must be stunned by sonar hammers before the calf could set upon it. She unleashed a final burst of sonar blows, and then swerved and began to circle the prey. The calf plunged downward, excited by the prospect of the kill, impelled by 1,000,000 years of imprinting. It opened its mouth. The creature felt the pressure wave. It lashed out with his whips. They flailed blindly and then found flesh, hard and slick. Automatically they surrounded it, and their circles fastened to it and their hooks dug in. The calf closed its mouth on nothing. Something was wrong. The mother circled, alarmed, sensing danger to her calf, but incapable of helping it. In the programming of her brain, there was no code for response to a threat to another, even to her own offspring. The creature held on, anchored to its enemy. The calf was drowning. Deprived of oxygen, the musculature in its tissue shut down bit by bit. An unknown agony coursed through its lungs. Its brain began to die. It stopped struggling. The whips tore away a chunk of blubber and fed it to the arms, which passed it back to the snapping, protuberant beak. The mother, circling, followed her calf with sonar pings. She sent clicks and whistles of distress, a bleat of helpless distress. At last her lungs too were exhausted, and with a final sonic burst, she thrust toward the life-giving air above. Marcus Sharp sat on the beach and wished he were somewhere else. He couldn't remember the last time he'd gone to a beach, probably not since the times with Karen. It was a Saturday, he was off duty, and he had hoped to go diving with Whip Darling. But when he'd called at 8 that morning, Darling had told him that he and Mike intended to chip paint all day. Sharp had offered to help, but Darling had said no. As he sat on the beach and watched children frolic, he'd seen 2 girls with potential, American tourists. They'd even stopped and spoken to him. He had wanted to talk to them, but he was out of practice in the dating game, and after he'd answered their questions about moderately priced restaurants, he'd let them get away. Within 5 minutes, of course, he had thought of several stratagems that might have intrigued them, and he cursed himself as a dim-witted fool. Sharp was hungry, and so he got to his feet and started toward the concession stand. He was about to turn into the trees when he saw the 2 American girls. They were tying their hair back with rubber bands. They saw him watching them, and they waved at him, ran into the water, and began to swim. When they were 30 or 40 yards offshore, the girls stopped and treaded water. Sharp walked down to the water's edge. He saw one of the girls wave, and he waved back. The girl waved again with both hands, and then she disappeared underwater. Now the other one was waving too, and shouting. No, not shouting, Sharp realized. Screaming. "Oh my God," he said, and he took a couple of running steps and dove into the waist-deep water and swam, sprinting. He looked up to get his bearings. He was almost there. Sharp swam up behind the redhead and pinned her arms to her sides and wrapped his arms around her and leaned back, kicking to keep himself afloat and her head out of the water. "I've got you," he said. "You're okay. Now calm down. It's okay." Sharp felt the girl relax. "Something," she said. "Bit you?" Sharp asked. "Horrible and slimy and gross." "What? Stung you?" "No, it—" She rolled over and clung to Sharp, weeping. Sharp said, "Let's get you to shore." He took one of her arms and gestured for the other girl to take the other arm. Together they side-stroked toward shore, holding the girl between them. Soon they could touch bottom. "Back in a minute," Sharp said, and he turned toward deep water and swam an easy breaststroke. When he gauged that he'd reached the spot where the girls had been, he stopped swimming and spun in a slow circle, searching the water. He didn't know what he was looking for. Then his hand touched something. He jerked upward. He looked at the water where his hand had been. There, a foot underwater, was something creamy white and roundish, about the size of a watermelon. He brought it to the surface, and as soon as the air touched it, his nostrils were assailed by a vile smell of putrefaction. It wasn't meat. It was fat, blubber, pinkish white, and shredded. He rolled it over. The skin side was blue-black and newly scarred near the middle with a circle 5 or 6 inches across of what looked like cuts. In the center of the circle was a single deep gash that went all the way through the skin and into the blubber. On one of the edges was half of another circle. "Sweet Jesus," Sharp said. Darling and Mike were on their knees in the afterhold of the privateer, sanding away the rough edges around the paint they had chipped. Darling felt the boat dip slightly as a weight came aboard. He looked up and saw Sharp standing by the open hatch. "Hey, Marcus. Sorry to interrupt. Could you look at something for me?" Sharp set a towel-wrapped bundle on a cutting table amidships. "You bet." Darling removed his mask and goggles and started up the ladder. Mike kept sanding until Darling said, "Come look, Michael boy, don't miss a chance for a breather." Darling held an end of the towel while Mike unrolled it. Flies materialized from nowhere. "Whale," Mike said. Darling nodded. "Young, too." "What tells you that?" Sharp asked. "The blubber is thin," Mike said. "Is it a sperm whale?" "I warrant," Sharp said. "Turn it over." Darling used a knife blade to flip the blubber. In the direct sunlight, the circle of marks shone like a necklace. Mike and Darling looked at each other. Then Darling said softly, "Son of a bitch." Sharp said, "What is it, Whip? What did this?" "I hope it isn't what I think it is," Darling said. "What?" "Come on, need to consult a book or two." Darling led the way up the path to his house. Darling led Sharp to a small room lined with bookcases and furnished only with a huge cedar desk and 2 chairs. Sharp let his eyes scan the titles on the shelves. It seemed that every book ever written about the sea was here. Darling pulled a large cased volume from a shelf and read the title aloud. "Mysteries of the Sea." "About 10 years ago," he said as he leafed through the pages, "I was on a boat in the Sea of Cortez with some aquarium people from California, helping them to gather strange critters. We saw some Mexicans fishing with lights, jiggling for big squid, Humboldt squid, 4 or 5 feet long, 50 or 60 pounds. I'd never seen the big ones before, so I decided to get in the water with them. One of the bastards made a run at me. I swatted at him, and faster than I could believe, one of his whips shot out and grabbed my wrist. I thought 100 needles were stabbing me. I punched him in the eye, and he let me go." "Jesus," Sharp said. Darling said, "There," and pushed the book toward Sharp. Sharp stared at a 19th century woodcut of a hideous creature, a prehistoric-looking beast with a huge bulbous body that ended in a tail shaped like an arrowhead. It had 8 writhing arms, 2 whips twice the length of the body, and 2 gigantic eyes. That, Whip said, is the granddaddy of the critter that grabbed me. It's Architeuthis dux, the oceanic giant squid. Well, it can't be real, can it? It's real, all right. Rare, but real. Darling paused. It's out there now. It's here. Sharp looked at Darling. Come on, Whip, he said. You want facts? Okay. Darling pulled out another book. The Last Dragon, he said, by Herbert Talley, Ph.D. Years before, he had turned pages down as marks, and he opened the book to the first mark. Giant squid had been written about since the 16th century, maybe earlier. He turned to another mark. One of the buggers came up in the Indian Ocean and dragged down a schooner called the Pearl. Killed everybody. There were more than 100 witnesses. Darling slammed the book. Damn, he said, I can't believe I didn't figure this out sooner. There's nothing else that could have torn up gear like that. No shark that's ever swum is big enough and mean enough to break a 38-foot boat into splinters. He paused. And nothing else is so all-out, bone-deep evil. As they headed back outside, Charlotte looked up and said, Whip, what is this about a giant squid? What are you, some kind of psychic? It was on the radio just now. Somebody found something on a beach, and one of the scientists at the aquarium said, Yeah, Charlie, Darling said. It looks like we've got ourselves a giant squid. Well, they're having a big meeting about it tomorrow night, down at the lodge hall. Fishermen, divers, sailboat types. The whole island's in an uproar. I don't wonder. William, Charlotte said, and she rose from the table and came over and took Darling's arm. Promise me. Come on, Charlie. Nobody but a horse's ass would make a run at a beast like that. Like Liam St. John, for instance? What do you mean? St. John said on the radio that he's going to catch it, to save Bermuda. Fat, bloody chance, Darling said. Dr. St. John's going to end up in the belly of the beast, and good riddance. What a joke, Darling thought as he left the lodge hall. They'd called it an island forum, but it had really been nothing but a charade. Everybody'd been allowed to blow off steam and offer cockamamie suggestions for dealing with a monster that few people had ever heard of and nobody had ever seen. Darling took a deep breath of night air and decided to walk home. It was only a couple of miles, and he needed the exercise after sitting for 2 hours. He figured the meeting would go on for at least another hour, with people squabbling over how to phrase the warnings that would have to be issued. It was probably too late to worry. Thanks to Liam St. John and his everlasting crusade for personal publicity, this morning's paper had carried the headline, Monster is Giant Squid, St. John confirms. By now, that news would be burning up the wires all around the world. Some people had voiced the hope that the Newport to Bermuda race wouldn't be affected, but the part of it that benefited Bermuda already had been. Hotel reservations were down, caterers were finding themselves with no affairs to cater, taxi drivers were sitting idle. Halfway through the meeting, Ernest Chambers, the diver who had offered Darling charter work during the race layover, had jumped to his feet and announced that 2/3 of his dive trips had been canceled, and what was the government going to do about it? Darling walked along the road to Somerset and thought about what to do. As he came to a narrow part of the road, a car approached from behind. He stepped off the pavement and backed against the wall to let the car pass, but as it passed him, it slowed and stopped just ahead. A man got out of the passenger side. "Captain Darling," he said. "Do I know you?" Darling said. My name is Dr. Herbert Talley, Captain."
Yes!
Talley, Darling thought. Talley. Doctor of what? Squid, Captain. You don't have to talk down to me. I know the word malacology. Sorry, of course. Talley. You wrote that book, right? The Last Dragon? Talley smiled. Yes, I did. Good book. Full of facts. Thank you. Captain, we'd like to talk to you. Who's we? Tally gestured toward the car. Mr. Osborne Manning. And when Darling said nothing, Tally said, Manning, the father of the... Oh, yeah. Sorry. He would appreciate a word with you. No harm, I guess. Go up the road 100 yards. Pull in under a sign that says Chili's. I'll meet you there. Chili's was a one-room restaurant owned by a retired shark fisherman. If pressured, Chili would serve a patron something he called fried fish, but he made his living purveying cheap booze. Darling walked into Chili's. An enormous man, black as a Haitian and broad as a linebacker, slid off a bar stool and ambled over to Darling. Whip, he said. Chili, they with you? Chili tipped his head toward the corner. They are? Good enough. When they were seated, Darling looked at Osborne Manning, who appeared to be in his early 50s. He was impeccably tended, but it was Manning's eyes that Darling couldn't stop looking at. They looked like two black tunnels, as if the eyes themselves had disappeared. Darling thought, maybe that's what grief does to a man. Manning noticed Darling staring at him and said, Thank you for coming. There was an awkward silence then, as if Tally and Manning didn't know how to begin. What the hell, Darling thought, no harm in being polite. He said to Manning, sorry about your youngsters. Yes, was all that Manning said. I can't imagine what... No, you can't, Captain. You can't imagine. Not till it happens to you. He squeezed his hands together and shook his head. You want to know what the feeling is like? I feel like I'm dead. Tally said, Captain Darling, we liked what you said at the meeting. You were there? Why? In the back of the room, we wanted to see how people are reacting to all of this. Well, that's easy, Darling said. They're scared to death. But you're not scared? I mean, it's like anything else big and awful in nature. You leave it alone, it'll leave you alone. He thought of Manning's children and added, generally, as a rule, that doctor back there, St. John, he's a fool. Well, that's one way to put it. But there is something I disagree with you on. What's happening here is not an accident. Well, what is it then? I have a theory, Tally said. Up to the middle of the last century, nobody quite believed in the existence of Architeuthis or of any giant squid. The few sightings were dismissed as the rantings of sailors gone mad. And all of a sudden, in the 1870s, there was a rash of sightings. Yeah, I read about them, Darling said. Then it all stopped again until the early 1900s when, for no reason, there were more sightings and strandings. I wondered if there was a pattern, so I collected reports of every sighting and every stranding, and I fed them into a computer with all the data on major weather events, current shifts, and so forth, and I told the computer to find some rhyme or reason to it. The computer's answer was that the pattern of sightings and strandings coincided with cyclical fluctuations in branches of the Labrador Current. For most of the cycle, Architeuthis is never seen, alive or dead. How long are these cycles, Darling asked. 30 years. And the last one began in... He knew the answer before the words were out of his mouth. 1960, ran through 62.
7:47 p.m.
Yes,
I listened to
Alice
and read
said, "You do
scriptures and
see.
played raid and streamed
It's
and
here.
went on the force.net all
Because
day. I'm
it's
making my
time."
third stream. I had potatoes and chicken fried rice for supper and changed Gandalf's cat litter. I also took out my trash and took my pills
Darling
and
said,
supplements.
Now, this is
10
all very
p.m. I
interesting,
listened
but
to
it doesn't
all of
say a
I
lick
Nephi
about
and am
why the
listening
beast
to
is
2
suddenly
Nephi.
eating people. But
I
it
wrote a
does,
story and
Tally
played
said.
solitaire, Uno,
Architeuthis
and Yahtzee
feeds
on my
by
bed as
accident.
Gandalf lay
His
here with
normal
me.
diet is sharks,
Last
rays,
edit,
big fish,
October 18,
but he'll eat anything.
2023 at
Let's say that
5:46 p.m.
cyclical
by admin.
currents are bringing him up from the level where he usually stays. And let's say he's finding that his usual food sources are gone. From what I hear, Bermuda's almost fished out. Doc, Darling said, there's one thing you haven't talked about. Nature's #1 rule. Balance. When there get to be too many sea lions, up jump the white sharks to keep them down. Tally said, there's only one animal that preys on Architeuthis, and that is the sperm whale. Man has been killing off the sperm whales. They could already be practically extinct. More questions crowded into Darling's mind. Suddenly, he realized that he was taking the bait. It's late, he said, and I get up early. Captain Darling, Manning said, this creature, this beast, it killed my children. Mr. Manning, Darling said, this beast is just an animal. I believe that it knows a form of rage. It knows vengeance. Well, so do I. You can't take revenge on an animal. Yes, I can. I will kill this beast. No, you won't, Tally said. Captain, we can. It can be caught. If you say so, Doctor, but leave me out of it. Manning said, how much do you charge for a day's charter? $1,000, he said. I'll give you $5,000 a day plus expenses. Darling shrugged. Look, Mr. Manning, you've got all that money. You can hire yourself some big-time experts. Bring in a ship. Don't think I didn't try. Here's the way it is. I could have chartered a boat, but your pig-headed government has so many rules and regulations, so many permits and licenses, that it would have taken months to set it up. So I have to use locals, and that means using you. You're the best. As I see it, we've only got one problem, you and I, and that's money. Tell me your price. Okay, Darling said. You've laid down your cards. Here are mine. I've got $250,000 wrapped up in my boat, and no question, I could use your money. But the only other asset I've got is wrapped up in these clothes, and if I lose that asset, my personal worth is zero. He stood up. So, thanks, but no thanks. He nodded at Tally and walked out. When Darling had gone, Manning signaled to Shilly for the check. Tally and Manning did not speak again until they were in the parking lot, and then Manning said, how much do we know about Darling? Just reputation. He's the best around. No, about him. Personally. Nothing. Well, nose around. See what you can learn. Old truism, Tally. Knowledge is power. Another truism. Every man has his price. All we have to do is find Darling's, and then he's ours. Charlotte was waiting in the kitchen when Darling arrived home. When he'd finished telling her about the evening, she kissed him and said, I'm proud of you. 5,000 a day. Darling shook his head. Yes, but then... Darling put an arm around her. You could have thrown me a hell of a funeral. Charlotte looked at him and said, just remember your promise, William. Don't get involved with people who have nothing to lose. Mike was waiting on the dive step. You done? He asked as he took Darling's tank and weight belt and hauled them up onto the deck. Darling nodded and pulled himself up onto the dive step. What are we doing out here, Michael? He said when finally he could speak. We should be sitting in a condo in Vero Beach drinking pink ladies and watching the sunset, instead of casting ourselves into the sea and damn near drowning, all for a measly $5 bill to replace government buoys. It pays the fuel. Yeah, barely, Darling said. Only thanks to you. Mike had determined there was some minor fiddling with the engine. He could make it run fine on a mixture of diesel oil and kerosene. Because they were running on cheaper fuel, they might actually clear $250 on the day. There was no other work, at least not work Darling would do. The aquarium retainer was gone, and the race layover had passed without a single dive charter for anybody. It had been nearly 2 weeks since anybody had seen a sign of the squid, and still, not a single diver had gone into the water. Sometimes he had regretted turning down Tally, especially days like today, when his mouth ached from biting on the regulator mouthpiece, all for a couple of $100 that he'd have to split with Mike. But as the saying went, Tally and Manning were folks to feed with a long spoon.
Cosmic evolution.
Besides, he wasn't totally out of hope. A restaurant down in town needed its dock repaired. He heard that the telephone company might be wanting a cable laid. That was all he wanted. Work. He didn't know how Charlotte was keeping food on the table and the lights turned on and the insurance paid up, but she was, somehow. After lunch, they cruised southwest along the outer edge of the reefs, meandering toward home. "Look there," Mike said, pointing down from the flying bridge. 2 snappers were floating belly up. A moment later, they saw 2 more, then a porgy and an angelfish. "The hell's going on?" Darling said. They heard a noise then, in the distance, a deep, resonant ka-whomp, and they felt a thud through the steel at their feet. A half a mile ahead and to the right, they could see a boat, and in front of the boat, a torrent of spray. Mike picked up the binoculars. It's the aquarium's boat," he said. "Christ almighty," Darling said. "Liam's gone and got himself a permit to bomb the beast." "That was close," Dr. Tally said, and restrained himself from using the other words he wanted to say, words like fool and idiot. "Not really, Doctor," said St. John. "I've made a study of explosives. We were quite safe." Tally swallowed his bile and tried to think of how to escape from this diminutive bully. He should never have accepted St. John's invitation to come along. St. John had welcomed him aboard and then proceeded to lecture Tally about the subject that Tally had made his life's work, a lecture laced with pseudo-facts, gleaned, Tally imagined, from comic books, horror movies, and supermarket tabloids. When Tally had contradicted one of St. John's putative facts, St. John's response had been a curt, "Ridiculous," and he had changed the subject. St. John had stayed away from Tally for most of the voyage, had instructed Tally to stay aft, where it's safe, while he lectured his crew about giant squid and underwater explosives. By now, all Tally wanted to do was to get off this boat before St. John pulled some boner that blew them all to bits. "Set!" called a voice from the bow. St. John said to the helmsman, "How far are we from the charge?" "Oh, about 100 yards. Get closer." "But get closer, damn it!" Yes, sir." Then St. John shouted, "Fire!" And the crewman turned the switch on the firing box. There was a sound of rumbling and a sensation as if a giant hand had grabbed the boat and was trying to lift it into the sky. Finally, the boat fell back. St. John came aft and leaned over the side. "Deeper," he said. The helmsman stepped out of the cabin and said, "Doctor, Ned says we sprung a leak. Why did you get us so close?" "What?" You told me. "The safety of this vessel is your responsibility. If you thought it was dangerous to get so close, you had an obligation to refuse. Idiot!" "How serious is the leak?" "Well, maybe we should start home just in case." "Nonsense! Fix it with epoxy," St. John said, and he disappeared inside the cabin. Tally thought, "Great, now we're going to sink." As he turned back, he saw a boat in the near distance. St. John came out of the cabin, sweating. There's a boat over there," Tally said. "Perhaps we should—" "I see it." St. John banged on the cabin bulkhead. "Hey!" The helmsman stuck his head out the door. Yes, sir. "You see that boat over there? Call them on the radio and tell them to follow us in." "Tell them, Doctor?" "Yes, tell them." "Yes, sir." "You recognize them?" Yes, sir, the privateer. It's Whip Darling." "Oh." "Forget it." "Sir?" "Forget it. Don't call him. Just get us home." "Look how she's riding," Mike said. "Lo," Darling said. "She's holed herself." You want to follow him in?" "If they want help, they can call us," Darling said. "I'd like that, but I don't think Liam would." "Hey!" Mike was pointing at something shiny floating between 2 swells. "Be damned," Darling said as they neared the floating thing. "More of that spawn. We should take some back for that Dr. Tally to have a look at." "You want me to dip it up?" "Well, why not?" Mike leaned overboard and scooped with the net. As he touched the jelly, it fragmented. "Damn," he said. "She come apart. Let me try again." As the net touched the water, something grabbed it and pulled. "Hey!" he yelled, flailing. "Let it go!" shouted Darling, but Mike didn't. His body turned half a somersault and he landed in the water on his back. Darling ran to the back of the flying bridge and half jumped, half slid down the ladder and hurried aft. Darling was worried he might panic, and panicked Mike was. He forgot how to swim. He screamed incoherently and windmilled with his arms. Darling grabbed a rope and coiled it and aimed it at Mike's head and threw it. Mike's hand found it and fastened on. Then Darling pulled him to the dive step, bent down and hauled him up onto the step. Mike lay there. "Fuck this." "Why, Michael," Darling said, smiling. "He was just a big old turtle, that's all. I saw him. Must have decided to fight you for the spawn." Captain Wallingford was hunched over his desk, signing requisition forms, when Marcus Sharp arrived, rapped twice on the door jamb, and said, "Captain?" "Sharp, what is it?" Wallingford spoke without looking up. "No, wait, don't tell me. You've heard the scuttlebutt that there's a research vessel, the Ellis Explorer here, loaded with space-age search gear, including a state-of-the-art $2 million submersible, and they've come to look for the giant squid. You've heard that we're going to put a Navy man on that ship and in the submersible when they go down, and you've come to volunteer. You think you're the best man for the job." Wallingford looked up and smiled. "Well?" "Yes, sir." "Okay, you've got it. Be at dockyard at 1600. They're going to go out and anchor tonight and put the sub down first thing tomorrow." Back in his quarters, Sharp packed an overnight bag and threw in a Walkman, a few tapes, and a book. He picked up his bag and started out. At the door, he remembered that he had been scheduled to go diving the next day with Darling, and so he went back inside and picked up the phone. "Glad you called, Marcus," Darling said when he picked up the phone. "I was going to call you. How about a rain check for tomorrow? There's a bunch of people here from some magazine who want to put a submarine down to take pictures of the squid, and they've hired me as an escort." "You're going?" "They don't know where to look for the thing. They don't know where the drop-off is or where the bottom shelves off. If they took the time, they could find out for themselves. But that boat must cost $10,000 a day to run, so they see using me as a shortcut." "And you agreed to go?" "I thought, Marcus, it's $1,000 a day. But all I'll do is show them where to go and float around over their submarine in case it has to surface away from the ship." Darling laughed. "You can be damn sure I'm not going down in that sub." "Whip," Sharp said, and he paused, feeling his enthusiasm begin to ebb. "I'm supposed to go with them. The Navy's worried that they'll snoop around our sonar gear." "Well, what makes Wallingford so sure they won't find the squid?" "The Navy thinks it's gone away." "Well, I don't. Neither does Tally, or he would have gone back to Canada." For a moment there was silence. Then Darling said, "You don't mean you're going down in that submarine?" "Sure," Sharp said. "That's the whole point." "Don't." I have to, Whip." "No, you don't, Marcus. There's one thing we both have to remember. There's a big difference between being brave and being foolish." A woman stood on the bow, tossing pieces of bread to schools of little fish. "Hello," Sharp said. She turned to him and said, "Hi." She was in her late 20s, tall and lithe and deeply tanned. "I'm Marcus Sharp, Lieutenant Sharp." "Oh," she said, "right. Come on aboard." "I'm Stephanie Carr," the woman said. "I take pictures." She led him aft into the cabin. A short, wiry man with a crew cut, who might have been anywhere between 30 and 45, sat on the deck and watched a tape of a James Bond movie. "That's Eddie," Stephanie said. "He drives the sub. Eddie? This is Marcus." Eddie gestured distractedly and said, "Hey. Hey, Navy man," a voice called down from the bridge. "Come and meet Hector," Stephanie said, and she led the way up onto the bridge. Hector appeared to be in his mid-40s. He was dark-skinned and beefy and wore a starched white shirt with captain's shoulder boards. He was working with a pencil and a ruler on a chart of the waters around Bermuda. "This Darling," he said. "He tells me to go anchor out here." He tapped a spot on the chart. "But out here, there's no bottom." "Captain," Sharp said, "in Bermuda, if I had to choose between some map maker from Coast and Geodetic Survey and Whip Darling, I'd go with Whip Darling every time." It was after 5 when they left the point at dockyard behind and headed north toward the channel markers. Sharp and Stephanie stood on the observation deck atop the cabin. "Where do you live?" Sharp asked. "San Francisco, sort of, but nowhere really. I keep a tiny apartment there just to have a place to come back to, but I'm away 10 or 11 months a year. So you're not married? No, hardly, she said, smiling. Who'd have me? He'd never see me. As Sharp looked at her, he suddenly felt a stab of pain that he hadn't felt in many months, the pain of recollection of Karen. They had dinner in the cabin, and when they had washed the dishes, Eddie and the 2 crewmen gathered around the TV. Stephanie poured coffee for herself and Sharp, took a cigarette from one of her camera bags, and led him outside onto the open stern. What about you? She asked. Are you married? No, Sharp said, and then he told her about Karen. That's rough, she said when he had finished. I don't think I could deal with that kind of pain. Before Sharp could say anything else, they heard Hector shout, Hey, Navy man, come here! They walked forward along a passageway and up the 4 steps to the outside door of the bridge. Sharp stepped inside the bridge. What do you make of that? Hector said, and he gestured at the side-scan sonar. Of what? We've been swinging at anchor. I think maybe we swung ourselves right over atop a shipwreck. As he bent to the machine, Sharp saw a shapeless smear. He looked at the calibration numbers on the side of the screen. The smear seemed to be 20 or 30 meters long, possibly the right size for a shipwreck. Could be, he said. Well, have a look at it from the sub tomorrow, said Hector. Give me the Loran numbers, will you? Sharp crossed the bridge to the Loran. None of them looked at the sonar screen again. If they had, they would have seen a change in the shapeless smear. They would have seen some lines fade, others appear, as the thing 3,000 feet beneath them began to move. The sun had barely cleared the horizon when Sharp arrived in the cabin and poured himself a cup of coffee. Through the window he saw that the privateer was tied to the port side of the ship. He started out of the cabin, but stopped when he heard Darling's voice behind him up on the bridge talking to Hector. Morning, Marcus, Darling said when Sharp appeared. Are you sure you still want to go down there and freeze your buns off? Yes, said Sharp, I'm sure. Darling turned to Hector and said, I'll have my mate hang off a ways till you launch, and then he'll track the sub on my gear. Sharp said, What are you going to do, Whip? Keep an eye on you, Marcus, Darling said, and he smiled. You're too valuable to lose. At close range, the submersible looked to Sharp like a giant antihistamine capsule, a Dristan with arms. Each arm had steel pincers on the end, and mounted between them was a video camera in a globular housing. Perspiration poured from Sharp as he lowered himself through the round hatch. Stephanie was already inside, as was Eddie, wearing a down vest and crouching forward to check his switches and gauges. The interior of the capsule was a tube 12 feet long, 6 feet wide, and 5 feet high. There were 3 small portholes, one in the bow for Eddie, one on either side for Stephanie and Sharp. Sharp dropped to his knees and crawled to the cushion. He found that he could sit or kneel or lie with his feet raised, but there was no way he could straighten out. How long does it take to get to the bottom, he asked. Half an hour, said Stephanie. We drop at 100 feet a minute. How long do we spend down there? Up to 4 hours. 4 hours? Never, Sharp thought. Not a chance. He heard the hatch slam above him. You look like death, Stephanie said. No kidding. Can I give you a camera? We'll be at different portholes. We may see different things. Sure. Sharp wiped his hands on his trousers and took the camera from her. The capsule began to sink. Water now covered the portholes. Sharp looked through the porthole and saw that the blue outside was fast deepening to violet. Below, blue yielded to black, and all was night. They fell slowly, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, feeling nothing, and Sharp shivered. They were at 2,000 feet and falling. Into his microphone, Eddie said, Activating illumination, and he flicked a switch. 2 1,000-watt lamps on top of the submersible flashed on, casting a flood of yellow light that penetrated 15 or 20 feet. And then a universe of life exploded before Sharp's eyes. Tiny planktonic animals swirled in and out of the light. Something resembling a gray and red ribbon with yellow eyes and a pompadour of tiny spikes wriggled up to the porthole. An anglerfish appeared, round, bulbous and brownish yellow, trailing short mucus fins. Its eyes protruded like blue-green sores. It had fangs like needles of diamond. Soon, other animals swarmed around the capsule, drawn by the light. There were snake-like creatures that seemed to trail hairs along their backs, large-eyed eels with lumps on their heads that looked like tumors, translucent globes that seemed to be all mouth. Sharp started as Darling's voice suddenly boomed over the speaker inside the capsule. "You've got yourself a bloody zoo down there, Marcus." Forgetting his fear, ignoring the cold, Sharp picked up the camera Stephanie had given him and adjusted its focus. Hovering now at the confluence of two currents that swept around the volcano, the creature grew agitated. Something was intruding, disturbing the normal rhythms of the sea. Somewhere in the distance below there was a great light, moving, emitting the pulsing sound, galvanizing other animals. The creature had not eaten in days. It drew water in through its body cavity and expelled it through its funnel, aiming for the source of light. It began to hunt. Sharp looked at his watch. They'd been down for nearly 3 hours, drifting about 500 feet over the bottom. "What say I put her down on the bottom?" Eddie said into his microphone. Darling's voice came over the speaker. "Well, you might as well," he said. "Maybe you'll see a shark." Eddie pushed the control stick forward and the capsule began to drop. The bottom was like pictures Sharp had seen of the surface of the moon. Suddenly, Eddie straightened up and said, "Christ!" "What?" Sharp said. Eddie pointed at Sharp's porthole. "Snakes," Sharp thought at first. "1 million snakes, all swarming on a dead body." And then he thought, no, they can't be snakes, they're eels. But no, they had fins. A hagfish, Sharp realized, one of the nightmare demons that bored holes in larger animals and gnawed the life out of them. Eddie swung the submersible over the gnarled ball of hagfish. "A sperm whale," he said. "It's the lower jaw of a sperm whale. Do you see that, Whip?" "Yes," Darling's voice said, sounding flat and distant. "Well, what the hell kills a sperm whale?" Darling didn't answer, but in the silence, Sharp thought, "I know," and he began to sweat. The creature's eyes gathered more and more light. Its other senses recorded the increased vibrations in the water. Something was there, not far away, and it was moving. Soon it saw the lights, little pinpoints of brightness piercing the black, and throughout its body it felt the thrumming vibrations emanating from the thing. Motion meant life. Vibrations meant life. And so, although it had yet to perceive the scent of life, it determined that the thing was alive. It attacked. "The thing's not down here," Eddie said. "We're going up." He pulled back on the control stick. Sharp looked at the digital depth readout on the control in front of Eddie. As Sharp watched, the numbers changed ever so slowly. Suddenly, the capsule jolted and yawed to one side. Sharp was knocked off his knees and he grabbed for a handhold. "What the hell was that?" Sharp said. I didn't see," Eddie said. "Felt like we hit an air pocket or like a ship passed overhead." "You mean a current?" Over the speaker, Darling's voice said, "Not a chance. There are no currents down there." He paused. "Something's out there." "Oh, God," Sharp thought. "Here we go." He looked over at Stephanie. She had her back to him, and her camera lens was against the porthole. "Take some pictures, Marcus," she said over her shoulder. Before Sharp could reply, the capsule was jolted again, hard, and it careened to the left. A shadow passed before the lights, dimming them, then disappeared. "God damn it!" Eddie shouted, and he fought the stick righting the capsule. The capsule was rising again. Sharp looked at the readout. 960 meters, 959, 958. The giant squid rushed through the darkness, seized by paroxysms of frustrated rage. It had passed once over the lighted thing, appraising it. Then it had tried to kill it, although the signs of life the thing emitted were vague and uncertain. Because its attack had created no encouraging spore of blood or torn flesh, the squid had not pressed the attack. It had moved on in search of other nourishment. Seeking food, any food, it rushed through the water, moving slowly upward, far behind the retreating lighted thing, not pursuing it, but following it nevertheless. That was something, Stephanie said as she pulled herself up through the open hatch and sat on its rim. She grinned down at Darling and Hector, who stood below on the ship's deck. Sharp squeezed through the hatch and sat beside her. "Did you see it?" Hector asked. "No," Sharp said, looking at Darling. "Did you get anything on video, Whip?" "Just a shadow," Darling said, and he began to walk around the submersible, examining it, touching the paint here and there. Sharp leaned over the side and looked where Whip's fingers were rubbing the paint. He saw 5 ragged scratch marks, 2 or 3 feet long. "It's the squid, isn't it?" he said. Darling nodded. "Looks like it to me." "Well, we'll be ready for him next time," said Stephanie. "I'm going to readjust the video cameras. Eddie, what's your turnaround time?" 4 hours, Eddie replied, looking at his watch. "Not me," Sharp thought. I'll stay topside," he said. "You couldn't go even if you wanted to, Navy man," said Hector. "You've been bumped." "By whom?" When Hector didn't answer, Sharp looked at Darling and saw a look of disgust on his face. Then Darling turned away and spit over the side of the ship. Tally stood on the terrace and gazed across Castle Harbor. Manning came out of the kitchen carrying his coffee and wearing a bathrobe. "What's up?" he said. "There was a ship docked here yesterday called the Ellis Explorer. It's got a submersible on board. It's here looking for Architeuthis. I think they found it, even though they don't know for sure." "Ellis," Manning said. "Barnaby Ellis?" "I don't know, I guess so. But the point is, Osborne, I think the squid is still here and still hungry. And there's a ship out there with equipment and capability to take people down to it. On that sub, we could see it and study it and film it and learn about it. And you could kill it if..." Tally paused. "If what?" Manning said. "If we can get on board. You have power, Osborne. Now's the time to use it." Manning hesitated, thought for a moment, and then got up and went indoors. Tally heard him punching numbers into a telephone. He heard Manning talking into the phone. When Manning came back, he said, "It's all set. I talked to Barnaby himself. The ship is here for one of his magazines, and he agreed to bump his people and give us a crack at it tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" said Tally. "Well, why not today?" "The sub is filled. The Bermuda government's got someone on it this afternoon. Seems they've got a plan to kill the squid." "How?" Tally suddenly felt sick. "I have no idea," Manning said, "but I wouldn't worry about it." "How can you be so nonchalant?" "I'd say their chances are about 1 in a million. "Why?" "Because the chief squid hunter they're sending is your friend Liam St. John." Sharp and Darling stood on the observation deck. Stephanie climbed the ladder to join them. "This should be interesting," she said. Darling looked at Stephanie, and after a moment he said, "You think St. John's got a chance?" "A chance, yes. And he sure got enough bait. 100 pounds of fresh tuna should attract anything that lives down there and keep it busy long enough for us to do what we have to do." "How does he think he's going to kill it?" Darling asked. "With 2 weapons, Stephanie said, gesturing at the mechanical arms of the submersible. "Both are attached to the sub's arms, and he can work them from inside the capsule. One is a spear gun loaded with a syringe of strychnine. The other is like a diver's bang stick. It fires a 12-gauge shotgun shell loaded with globs of mercury." "I can see how you think it all makes sense," Darling said, "but what you haven't calculated is that this beast doesn't know sense. It doesn't play by our rules. It makes the rules." "Oh, he's taken that into account." "How?" If the weapons don't kill it, he thinks that the squid might wrap itself around the capsule, and then it could be brought up to the surface on the cables and killed up here. My God, girl, Darling said. That's like trying to catch a tiger by sticking your arm in his mouth and shouting, "I've got him." He can't crush the submersible, Stephanie said. I think it sounds like a pretty good idea. Well, I think it sounds like damn foolishness, said Darling, and he left the deck. Don't go down, Sharp said to Stephanie when Darling had gone. You're nice to care, Marcus, she said, and she touched his cheek. But I want to go. Darling used the radio and called to the privateer, which by now had drifted a mile to the north. Just checking, Michael, he said. You staying awake? Barely. Okay with you if I put a line down and try to catch me some snappers? Sure, but drive the boat over here first. That way you'll be in position to track the sub. Roger that, Whip, Mike said. Privateer standing by.
Victory!
Mike took the boat out of gear and let it settle.
No.
He looked across the still water and tried to gauge his distance from the ship. 150 yards, he guessed, maybe 200. Just about right. He went aft and rigged 2 hooks on a line, put mackerel on each, and tossed the rig overboard. He saw at his feet the bucket that the mackerel had been in. It was half full of bloody water and scales and bits of flesh. He picked up the bucket, tossed its contents overboard, and watched a little slick of blood and oil begin to spread behind the boat. The creature blew a volume of water from its funnel and propelled itself through the blue water, searching for the faint trail of food scent that it had found, then lost, then found, then lost again. The higher it went, however, the closer to the surface it rose, the more promising the water seemed. There was no substance, but there were hints that tantalized the squid, as if the water near the surface contained the residue of food. It rose still higher, close to something dark above, and soared directly beneath it, pushing a vast mass of water before and above itself. Goddamn puppy sharks, Mike thought as he examined the end of the line. Leave a line cleated for 1 minute, and they sneak up on you and bit it the hell off. The boat rose beneath him as if lifted by a sudden sea, and he raised his eyes from the line and looked at the flat water. It was weird how ground swells could appear like that. In the distance, he saw the crane on the Ellis Explorer pick the submersible up from its cradle and swing it out over the side of the ship. How long did they say it took that submersible to get to the bottom? What, half an hour? Then I still had time to put down another line. There was a vague noise behind him, a squishing kind of noise. Part of his mind registered the noise, but he was concentrating on threading the monofilament through the eye of the swivel. The line slid through the hole. Gotcha, Mike said. He heard the squishing noise again, closer this time, and there was a sound of scratching. He started to turn toward it. There was a smell to it, too. A familiar smell, but he couldn't quite place it. And then suddenly Mike's world went dark. Something had him around the chest and head, something tight and wet. Mike's hands grabbed at it and then slipped off as the thing that had him began to squeeze. He felt a pain as if 1,000 ice picks were piercing his flesh. As his feet lifted off the deck and he felt himself dragged through the air, he realized what had happened. Hector sat at the console in the control room. Darling stood behind him wearing a headset, and Sharp stood beside Darling. Soon they saw the bottom rise up. The turbulence of the submersible's propeller stirred the mud and caused a cloud that dimmed the video camera's lens. The capsule settled and the cloud cleared. Suddenly, a shadow passed over the bottom. Shark, said Darling. Liam didn't figure on sharks. It'll probably go for his bait. The monitor of the exterior camera focused on the wire cage. The shark bit down on the corner of the cage. On the other monitor, they saw St. John take the handles that operated one of the mechanical arms. Uh-oh, Darling said. He pressed the talk button and spoke into his microphone. Don't do it, Liam. Leave the bloody shark alone. He can't take your cage. So you say. Darling sighed, and then he said, Look, Liam, you want to kill yourself, that's your business, but you got 2 other people down there with you, maybe not so eager to play harps. They heard Stephanie say, Doctor, if we waste one of your weapons on a shark, we're cutting our odds in half. Don't worry, Miss Carr, St. John said. On one monitor, they saw St. John push a button. On the other, they saw a burst of bubbles as the dart fired from the spear gun and struck the shark. The squid had fed, but after so long a deprivation, the protein it had consumed had not satisfied its hunger, but rather had tantalized it, spurring a craving for more. It drifted downward. More light flooded in, and more. Agitated, it drew water into its body and expelled it, propelling itself across the bottom. Hunger drove it onward. St. John looked up at the video camera in the submersible and said, "What's the time?" 90 minutes gone, Hector said into his microphone. The door to the control room opened and Darling entered carrying 2 cups of coffee. I couldn't find any proper cream, so... Holy shit. What? Sharp said. The fish. They're gone. Sharp realized what he meant. No abysmal creatures were patrolling the edge of darkness. No small fish hovered over the dead shark. No tiny scavengers gulped the bits of tuna that floated down from the wire cage. "Liam!" Darling shouted into the microphone. "Look out!" There was a hollow sound then, a scraping, a crunch. Then the capsule was jerked up and tilted forward. The interior camera showed all of them tumbling over the control panel. The exterior camera showed nothing but mud. St. John grabbed the handles for the mechanical arm. The arm's it's stuck in the mud, he yelled. "Put power to her," Darling said to Eddie. "That beast won't like the propeller." They heard the submersible's motor whine, then shriek as it raced. The camera!" St. John said. Eddie reached for the controls for the outside camera as St. John flexed and raised the mechanical arm, his finger poised over the firing button. The camera showed a field of circles, pinkish-gray, each quivering, apparently rimmed with teeth, and each containing an amber-colored claw. Darling shouted, "Fire it, Liam!" Then, as the camera was ripped from its mounts, the screen went blank. "I can't see!" St. John shouted. "Where did it go?" "Fire, Liam! Fire the dart!" They saw St. John push the button to fire the dart. "It didn't fire!" Stephanie yelled. "Look! In the mud! The spear gun! The thing tore it off!" The capsule shuddered then and rolled from side to side. "What's that noise?" St. John hissed. It sounded as if a coarse file were scraping at the hull. The capsule was upside down now, and the 3 of them knelt on the overhead and braced themselves with their hands. "It's playing with you," Darling said over the mic, "like a cat with a toy. With any luck, it'll get bored and leave you be." "Our motor's quit," St. John said. "As soon as the critter lets you go, we'll winch you up. It won't be long now." Sharp waited until Darling had released the talk button and then said, "Do you believe that?" Darling paused before he said, "No. That son of a bitch is going to find a way in." They saw Stephanie turn and look at her porthole and scream. St. John looked and gasped. "What?" Darling said. "I think," St. John said, "a tongue." Hector changed the angle of the camera in the submersible and focused on the porthole. Then they could see it too. A tongue. It licked in circles, covering the glass with pink flesh. Then the tongue receded. St. John grabbed a flashlight from the clip on the bulkhead and shined it on the porthole. They could see only part of it, for it was bigger than the porthole, much bigger. A curved, scythe-like beak, its sharply pointed end pressing on the glass. There was a cracking noise then, and in a fraction of a second, an explosion of water, a booming sound and screams, and then silence as the monitor went dead. They all continued mutely to stare at the blank screen. As soon as Darling got into the taxi, he took off his tie and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. He hated funerals. He believed that funerals didn't do a damn thing for the dead, they were for the living. Mike had agreed with him. They'd made a pact long ago that if one of them had died, the other would bury him at sea with no ceremony whatsoever. Well, Mike had been buried at sea, but not the way they'd planned. It had been a small funeral, just family and Darling. He hadn't told them the truth about how Mike had died. Darling had said that Mike had fallen overboard and drowned. He saw no point in painting pictures for the family that would haunt their dreams for the rest of their lives. The chain was across the dirt road to Darling's house, and he paid the driver, got out of the taxi, unhooked the chain, and let it fall. Then he heard a voice. "Captain Darling?" He turned and saw Tally and Manning walking down the road toward him. "What do you want?" Darling said. "We want to talk to you," Manning said. "I've got nothing to say." Darling turned back toward the house. "Talk to us now, Captain," Manning said, "or you'll talk to the law later." Darling stopped. "The law? You got nothing better to do than threaten people?" "I didn't threaten anybody, Captain. I stated a fact." "Well, say your piece and get along." "A final offer, Captain. If you will take us out to hunt for the giant squid, I will pay you $200,000. If we don't find it, if it's gone away, if we fail to kill it, the money is yours to keep. Your only obligation is to make a good faith effort." "You still think money can do it," said Darling. "Well, it can't. Say some prayers for your children. Give your money to a good cause in their name. At least that's worth something." "That's your last word?" Manning said. "First, last, call it what you want." "I'm sorry, Captain, you leave me no choice. We need you. So?" Manning hesitated and then continued. "Here it is. I must tell you that within 10 days of close of business today, you are to deliver me a certified check for $12,000. If you fail to make the deadline, you will then have 30 days to move yourself and your belongings out of your house." Darling laughed. "All right. Next you'll tell me you're my great-great-grandfather and you built it for me back in 1770. Captain." Manning held out a piece of paper. "Read this."
Like that, Gandalf?
The paper was legalese, and the only elements Darling could parse were the name of the house, its location, an assignment of something or other to Osborne Manning, and some numbers. Maybe Charlotte could make sense of it. I'll have to get my specs. By all means. But why don't I tell you the substance? Your wife has been borrowing money, using the house as collateral. She's nearly 3 months behind in the payments and has twice been notified that she is in danger of default. I bought the note from the lender. In 10 days, I will foreclose on the note." "Bullshit," Darling said. "Charlie wouldn't have done that." "She did it, Captain." "Bullshit," Darling said again and turned back toward the house, clutching the paper. The screen door slammed behind Darling. "You won't believe what that..." He stopped when he saw Charlotte and Dana's faces. They'd been crying. "No," he said. "No." And then, "Why?" "Because we had to live, William. We were living. We had food. We had fuel. We had food because Dana brought us food. How was I supposed to pay our electricity? How was I supposed to pay the house taxes?" Charlotte wiped her eyes and looked at him. "What the hell do you think we've been living on all these months?" "But, I mean, there were things we could sell. The coins. I sold them. And the 3 mold bottles and the Bellarmine jug and all of it. There was nothing more. I'll just go to the bank." "It wasn't the bank," Dana said. They wouldn't give you a mortgage. You had no steady income." "Well, who lent the money then?" "Aram Agajanian," said Charlotte. "Agajanian!" Darling shouted. Aram Agajanian was a recent immigrant to Bermuda who'd made a fortune producing softcore pornography. "Wonderful! Great!" Darling felt betrayed. He touched one of the walls. 220 years, he said. "It's just a house, William," Charlotte said. "We'll find somewhere else to live." Darling looked at his wife and his daughter. "It was passed on to me, and if I have one obligation in this life, it's to keep passing it on for the future. Let it go, William. We're alive. We're together. That's all that counts." "Like hell," Darling said, and he turned and left the room. "Like bloody hell." Darling returned to the end of his driveway. Tally still paced and fidgeted. Manning still stood like a Bond Street mannequin. Darling said, "When do you want to go?" "As soon as we can," Manning replied. "All we have to do is load up the gear. Now the terms. Dr. Tally is confident that he'll be able to locate and attract the squid within 72 hours, so you'll provision a boat for 3 days. Whether or not we catch the animal, on our return, I'll destroy the note and pay you the balance of the $200,000. Your net, after securing your house, should be somewhere over $100,000. Agreed? No, Darling said. Here are my terms. You'll burn the note now in front of me. Before we leave the dock, you'll give me $50,000 in cash, which will stay ashore here with my wife, in her name, in escrow, in the bank, in case we don't come back. Manny hesitated and then took out the note and a gold Dunhill lighter. You're an honorable man, Captain. Charlotte lay on her side, curled like a little girl and breathing deeply. Darling bent down and kissed the back of her neck. By the time he had shaved and made coffee, the sky was lightening in the east. He stood on the lawn and looked at the sky. A ridge of high cirrus clouds was creeping northward. By noon, the chop would be gone from the shallow water, and the swell would have faded from the deep. The boat was straining against its lines, rocking gently. He was about to step aboard when suddenly he sensed that someone was there. He crossed the gangplank and stepped down onto the steel deck and said, "By the time I count 3, your ass better be up." Then he stepped over the threshold into the cabin, said, "1," and saw Marcus Sharp sit up with a start and strike his head on the upper bunk. Sharp yawned. "Woo! Morning, Whip." "Well, I'll be damned. I thought maybe you could use some help today. I welcome a pair of friendly hands, that's for sure, but what does Uncle Sam have to say about this?" "Well, Uncle Sam sent me, sort of. The scientists have been trying to goose the Navy into launching an expedition to hunt for the squid, but the Navy claims it doesn't have the money. I think the truth is the Navy doesn't want to run the risk of looking foolish. So when I told my commander you were going out, he thought it would look good to have the Navy go too. That is me. I hope you don't mind." "Hell no." "You've had demolition training, right?" "A year." "Good. We're gonna need it." At 6:30, they cast off and motored slowly across the bay to the town dock, where Tally and Manning waited beside a rented pickup truck piled high with cases. They unloaded 22 cases in all, and when they were aboard, Darling looked aft and said to Sharp, "Cast her off, Marcus." And when he saw that the last of the lines were aboard, he put the boat in gear and began to move slowly through the dozens of boats moored in the bay. At the mouth of the bay, Darling turned north. Sharp brought Darling some coffee and stood beside him on the flying bridge. They looked to the northwest, to the spot at the edge of the deep where the Ellis Explorer had anchored. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Darling said, "You like that girl?" "Yeah. I even thought... Well, it doesn't matter." "Sure it matters." Tally came up to the bridge. He suddenly pointed and shouted, "Look!" Half a dozen flying fish scattered away from the bow of the boat, skimming over the water for 50 yards or more before splashing down again. Tally's face lit up with wonder. They came upon a trail of sargasso weed, floating patches of yellow vegetation, unconnected and yet apparently following one another like ants toward the horizon. Does it always make a straight line?" Tally asked. "Seems to. It's a mystery, like that spawn we saw. I can't figure out what that thing is, where it comes from, or where it goes." What thing? What does it look like?" Darling described the huge gelatinous oblongs with the holes in the center. Tally asked questions, pressing Darling for details. "It's an egg sac," he said, finally. "Nobody's ever seen one before, at least not in 100 years. Do you think you can find another one?" "You never know. I'd never seen one till the other day. Now I've seen 2. We tried to collect one, but it fell apart. It would. And once its matrix broke, its cocoon, the animals inside would die." "What kind of critters live in a sack like that?" "What do you think, Captain?" Darling paused and said, "Jesus Christ. Little baby beasts? In that jelly thing?" "Hundreds," said Tally. "Maybe thousands." "But they'll die, right?" Sharp said. "Normally, yes. Most of them." Darling said, "Well, something will eat them." "Yes, Tally said. That is, if there's anything left down there to do that. It took them an hour to lower the gear, what Tally referred to as Phase 1 of his operation. From 3,000 feet of half-inch rope, 6 umbrella rigs fanned out at intervals on different levels, each with 10 baits on titanium leaders. The wire was unbreakable, the hooks unbendable, and 4 inches across at the base. How much is this beast likely to weigh? Darling had asked. A truly big squid could weigh as much as 5 or 10 tons. 10 tons? I couldn't put 10 tons of dead meat in this boat. Nobody's asking you to. We'll winch it up, and when Osborne has killed it, I'll cut specimen samples from it. With what, your penknife? I saw you have a chainsaw below. Does that work? You're ambitious, Doc. I'll give you that. After lunch, Tally unpacked some of his cases and set up a video monitor. Darling beckoned Sharp to follow him outside. Get me the boat hook, Marcus. What for? We're going to make ourselves a little insurance. By the time Sharp had found the boat hook on the bow and brought it aft, Darling was opening a cardboard carton. Stenciled on the side of the carton was a single word in a foreign alphabet. What's that? Sharp asked. Semtex, he said. Semtex, said Sharp. Jesus, Whip, that's terrorist stuff. Manufactured in Czechoslovakia, it was the current explosive of choice of the world's most sophisticated terrorists, for it was extremely powerful, and best of all, stable. Where did you get it? It came with a shipment of compressor parts I'd ordered from Germany. It must have just been an accident in packing. We've got enough here to blow off the end of Bermuda. But we do have one little problem. What's that? No detonators. Well, we may be able to make one, Sharp said. What do you need? It doesn't look like a bomb, Sharp said when they'd finished. Well, you think it'll work? Darling asked. It better, hadn't it? Well, one consolation, Marcus. If it doesn't, there'll be nobody left around to chew you out. They used duct tape to affix the contraption to the end of the 10-foot-long boat hook. Darling lifted the boat hook and shook it to make sure the bomb was secure. What happens if he swallows it before he breaks that pill bottle you loaded with phosphorus and gunpowder, he asked. It won't go off, Sharp said. If the air doesn't get to the phosphorus, it won't ignite. If it doesn't ignite, it won't trigger the rest of the detonator. It'll be a dud. So you want me to make the thing bite it? Well, just for a second, Whip, and then jump, or I know. With any luck, Tally's plan will work and we won't need it. Darling climbed to the flying bridge. It had taken them an hour to rig the explosive. During that time, he hadn't worried about the buoys they'd put down. They hadn't thought about them. They were gone. He heard footsteps behind him and then Manning saying, "Have you lost them?" "No," Darling said. "I just haven't found them yet." "God damn it!" Darling held up his hand, suddenly tensing. He'd sensed something. The feeling was coming through his feet, a weird thumping sensation, almost like a distant explosion.
That's hilarious. We're down. Go field one. Sniper. As usual. Name the situation. Going back. You don't know how powerful singularity is. The entire cosmos used to be so small, so compact, that the dot all the singularity is. Why can't we show Copenhagen's heaven on that? But God was outside. God. God was not God from all eternity, but we can say he always existed in some form. And the Holy Spirit has always been from all eternity, absolutely. Not God the Father. They have been, but they have been God. Hey. 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 There. I got an idea. answers of common answers of potatoes and bananas. Now one's the same. Coffee is not coffee. Just that we got common answers of potatoes and bananas. You think he's doing that? That's not how we're. You know, praise God. He's soon. That's not. I do believe the people are wrong. I do believe the Oscars done that. Oscars do that. They believe that some animals produce non-animals. They're not dogs, there are lots of them. Potatoes. They believe potatoes produce humans. Oh, watch this. We warned you. Come on, you know I didn't do that on purpose. You can't pay me with that. We warned you. We warned you. Who's this person? I'll accept it. I could witness to her. Just worth it. Oh. Oh, shoes. Have you ever Exactly, that's exactly what they believe. Yeah, for a rock, of course. Duh. Well, I haven't grazed over millions of billions of years. Yeah, right. But having foreign organic, you have to have something organic forming for something inorganic. It's impossible. Even not a guy can do that. Let's see. What's gonna do? Oh yeah, one person and see if I'm still alive on it. You are banned for one accidental post. Right? I know. Already. I already know I'm banned. Oh! Oh, good. They did. No, they did delete it. They deleted it. Praise God. Thank you, Father. You're awesome. Yeah. 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 Yeah, exactly. Amen. That's what you got. No other option. That's right. Time exists. Mm. Mm. How she's mattered. Hunting to Jessica and Colson. Who's Jessica? Hmm. Mm. Mm. Sure. Mm. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Process. Yeah. God used dust to create human beings. That's true. Very true. Okay, God can use inorganic things to create living things. You're right. He can. But yeah, he created some dust. That is true. That is true. Birds you can destroy. Well, the fish didn't. I mean, but the dark preserved them. So the ark preserved them. Mm, mm. No, what's what time it is? It's 3 o'clock a.m. Yes, but wrong. Mouse. 5 hours. Good. Wait. No, I'm not gonna have my stream now. Go away, Satan, Jesus Christ. Demon or whoever you're saying this. I'm not gonna have my stream. And I don't want to offend you. Mm. Well, he has feeling in his words, right? That's a good song. He's a magic. We'll call him that. Calhoun is not so much. Yeah, he does got 4 doctorates. That's right. He does got 4 doctorates. That's right. It's funny. He accused him of not having a doctorate when he had 4 doctorates. It's hilarious. uh, Why don't we see today then? That really happening. That's appreciation though. Yeah, right. We never have though. We never have seen conversation multiples again. We never have. And it's been we've been observing in nature for the last 100 years or 200 years, and we still haven't observed the species evolving to another time. So, actually, we've been studying for thousands of years. We've been studying nature for thousands of years. We never observed one kind evolving into another kind. It's true. Ever since Aristotle was studying nature, we've been studying nature. We never observed that. That's right. Right. Dude, careful. This is not actually happening. Sure. He doesn't know what you know what the hell is. Oh, that could cause abrasion. Hmm. Maybe. Maybe still with us. Hold on. I don't know. Yeah. Where did it go? Okay, so this is what how to face your husband. Not that matters. The Marston's book. Why is he praying? Oh, Chris and Eagles have a countdown for the folks. I know this this guy. Yeah, right. Oh, Chris and Eagles have his countdown. Kingfisher. Any of numerous fish or insect eating birds of the family alcadini that have a large head and a long, stout bill and are usually crested and brilliantly colored. King George's War, a war waged by England and its colonies against France, constituting the North American phase of the War of the Austrian Succession. Please go. No, 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 no. There's plenty of evidence of flood. Of the flood. Plenty. It's true.
But they're still obviously the same kind. The 4,000 varieties of potatoes are obviously a potato. They grow in the ground. They don't grow on trees. They don't grow on the back of cows. They're still a potato growing in the ground, okay? And if you want to believe you're related to one, great. But microevolution, I think, is a lousy term. We shouldn't use it because of the confusion goes on in people like Ryan's mind. He believes microevolution is evidence for evolution. It's evidence there's variations within the kind. The idea that there are transitional fossils, evidence for something changing to something else. First place, no fossil could count. No fossils count. All you know is it died. You don't know it had any children. You certainly don't know those bones you found in the dirt had children that were different than themselves. No animal today can do this. Why can no animal today produce anything other than its kind? Cows produce cows without exception. But in your imagination, long ago, far away, it's fairy tale. Absolute fairy tale stuff. Yes, boys and girls, the princess kissed the frog, and it turned to a prince. Now that we know is a fairy tale. But in your fairy tale, if you take the frog and wait billions of years, it'll turn to a prince. Same fairy tale with a new magic ingredient. No fossils count as evidence for evolution. All you know is it died. Why can't they make this happen today? Why don't we see it in a laboratory, make life again out in the laboratory? If it can happen in a warm pond on the earth, do it again. Why can't they make life? Just any life. Let's see it. Why can't they make any single-cell creature turn into a human again? Oh, it takes too long. Well, then it isn't science. Science is limited to what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Anything outside of that is imagination, even if it's true. Even if it later turns out to be true, it so far isn't in the category of science. And evolution is not part of science. It's a fairy tale for grown-ups. I'm sorry you fell for it. Okay, go ahead. What happened there? Oh. Oh, I'm here. I'm here. I just stepped away for 2 seconds to get some water. So, okay. We're all good. Thank you, Ryan and Kent, for those short and sweet closing statements. Okay, let's get into some questions. We've got lots. So let's start here. Ryan, as you probably remember the question is for. We'll make sure they get the last word.
Don't try
And
it
both
yet.
debaters will have the opportunity to respond. So first question comes in for Kent. From creationist crybaby, and Cece's got a question. The question is, if 2 species of squirrel can no longer interbreed, how do they fit the definition of kind in the Bible? Well, if somebody sees the Calumet squirrel and the Abert squirrel on opposite sides of Grand Canyon and notices they're still squirrel, the fact that they're still classed as squirrel would be, think enough for a 4-year-old to say that's the same kind of animal. Can they interbreed? They might. I don't know that I think those two can. There may be some examples, like for instance, Great Dane and Chihuahua. They're
breed, but the offspring will be over every shoulder.
She's the female, the Great Dane. But they probably genetically could. I bet you could artificially inseminate a Great Dane with a Chihuahua sperm and make a puppy. It'd be pretty dumb to do such a thing, but they could probably do it. Okay.
Probably
So
some
I
blur
think
for you to see.
I think if you could get some that can no longer interbreed, you have a variation.
I can't read it. It's too blurry. It's on full screen. I can't read it. It's too blurry.
These guys like Ryan who believe the squirrel and the Great Dane and a bird have a common ancestor. That's what's not science.
I'm not gonna worry about it. Uh-oh.
If you could get a branch of
all editing time went away.
Maybe that could happen. So,
Why did they have the edit button? Maybe you want to worry. Sorry. Oh, isn't that for a while? What's this? Program. What is this? Oh, this is. Therefore, God exalted him to the highest place. Therefore, God exalted him, Jesus, to the highest place, and gave him the name that is above every name, that in the name of Jesus every knee should bow, in heaven and on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Philippians 2:9-11. Wow. I love that name, Jesus. To you, Yeshua only people, with his name, Jesus. Even you can. Try it. Think about all the people who have been baptized, healed, saved in Jesus' name. They're not all received. No, people who are Yeshua only, you can't say Jesus only Yeshua. You're the ones who receive it. Yes, his name is Yeshua, but you can say Jesus. There were many people, and are many people, baptized, saved, and healed, and delivered in the name of Jesus Christ. There's nothing wrong with saying Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is the name above all the names, and there's no other name under heaven by which men could be saved. '94. Verily I say unto you, my friends, Jesus talking to the saints, I speak unto you with my voice, even the voice of my spirit, that I may show unto you my will concerning your brethren in the land of Zion. Many of this is back in 1833. Many of whom are truly humble and are seeking diligently to learn wisdom and find truth. And to find truth. Verily, verily, I say unto you, blessed are all such, for they shall obtain. For I, the Lord, showeth mercy unto all of the meek, and upon all whomsoever I will, that I may be justified, when I shall bring them into judgment. Behold, I say unto you, concerning the school in Zion, I, the Lord, am well pleased that there should be a school in Zion. Okay. Do you have any more scriptures up there? Message 65 of the word of the Lord. Behold, I come again with message of peace, given to the brethren in the church. So this message is intended for members of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, the Organized Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, the Remnant, the Jubileites, the Temple Lot Church, the Church of Christ Temple Lot of the Larger Message, and other valid sects of restoration. Now, if you're not one of those, just listen. Verily, the Lord has heard the prayers of the faithful who have cried from the heart. Therefore, he has and will bless all that do his will. Let all be calm and sedate in the Lord, not boastful, nor wise in their own conceit. Remember, love is your mission, to preach and teach repentance and faith in God, that salvation may come to all who will hear and obey the word of the Lord. Now, this book, the word of the Lord, is vital, along with other books, including the Book of Mormon. But the Book of Mormon is only for those who have a testimony of the Book of Mormon. So, don't read the Book of Mormon if you don't have a testimony of the Book of Mormon. So, but this book also is vital to the restoration. Many restorations don't believe in this book. Many restorations don't believe in the Book of Mormon. But that doesn't mean it's not true. It does not make a book not true because many people don't believe.
Oh no!
Many people don't believe in the Bible.
That's terrible.
Some of you think so. I went through most of my life believing that most people believe like I do. But a lot of people, when their walks of life around in this,
They've all been great over the past.
believe totally different. In fact, I don't believe anything I believe. Hardly. Most people believe in other religions or easy believism or a God they're all making. So. Or atheism. There's a lot of atheists, but there's not as many as there are Christians and believers, other religions. I can't convince atheists that God is real. Only the Spirit of God can.
He doesn't believe in the Big Bang, obviously.
I'm gonna minimize this window because there's no. I can't make it unblurred. I'm hoping that what you see around here isn't blurred. Oops. I'll bring this picture back. Told me to pause that. I want to try to. Restart. No, go to the next battle. Yeah. I get to make. See, God does make you let you make your own decisions within the will of God. Endless choices, good choices. We're not on top of it. We love God because we want to love God, not because we have to. We have to do it. God can trust us for great things in heaven. If He couldn't, then why would He give it to us on earth? We've always had free will, but He gave us the agency. God has free will and agency. Angels have free will and agency, and so do men. You can use agency to do good. You've been taught, probably by Peggy Smart, that you can only use agency to do things that are contrary to God. Do that. I don't know where you get that. But you got to prove that belief by your own agency, maybe. But it's not a true belief, Mark. I'm not talking to you, Mark Dixon, Dick and Sharon. I'm talking to Mark Sultan. My agency. Dick and Sharon. Gonna replay this battle. See what else I can do. That. Oh, I know. What's that, Matt? Make sure I'm not banned from bring your racism, blah 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 homophobia, blah blah that's horrible stuff. Looks like I'm still on the board. Good. Let's see. Darth Vector. Oh, I wish it was Darth Vector. Could it be Darth Vector? I'm gonna start conversation. Hello. There, I guess so. A West. Okay. Are you Darth Please God, help Darth Vector come back if that's not good. Assuming Darth Vector is God, I'm pretty sure it is. You know what? It sounds like God. Guys and girls have different speech patterns. Like, tell me, girls are in, guys are in. And Darth Vector sounds new.
No, I don't. I don't. Yeah, I'm not in dog breeding kind of stuff. I let them breed themselves. But the Bible says they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's all we've heard.
Yeah, you can quote me.
The Chihuahua, the Great Dane, are obviously the same kind. I mean, it's in there 24 times.
Oh, the Nazi rally! Oh, shoot. What is happening to the left these days? He's on a Nazi rally.
Okay, appreciate it, Ken. Ryan, did you want a quick final word since it was for you? Yeah, I guess. Sure. I don't. I want to say what I get back to a wolf. You can get maybe back to a dog-like creature that has some wolf traits and they're closer to a wolf, but I guess
I'm taking my chances. It's terrible.
Sorry if I didn't answer that adequately. Not an expert, so. Okay, no worries. Ryan, thanks so much.
Straight
And appreciate it. Looks like this question is for Ken. Got it up on screen. I guess we'll read it together here. Why are there birds, polar bears, penguins, and kangaroos found in
34. I'm not going to say anything else. I can't. Because Anakin fan start a hailstorm of, oh, you're just being sexist, blah, 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 blah. And probably try to get me banned. So I'm going to stay out of the conversation. Boy. Oh, yeah, right. Imagine what would be different if you just watched it, the video. Imagine what would be different. Well,
Hey, Vaughn.
How's it going, Brent?
Were you guys planning on delivering that food today?
No, we took it to church. I figured you'd be there.
Yeah, I ended up not going. I talked myself out of it.
Yep.
Well, I left it at church in the freezer.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Can you get by to Wednesday?
Well, I can come to church Wednesday.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't know if I was going.
All right. Bye. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Ryan, anything you'd like to add? Yeah, they didn't, obviously. They just, evolved or into different species, kinds, variations, whatever word you want to use, and evolved in that area because of its surroundings and environments. I would like to know if the latter other option is true. They spread out from a single point from a part. Why there's no evidence of that at all. There's no, bodies.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't want to stretch, didn't die. I don't know.
I know it was full in place.
We'll see. Okay, Ryan, thank you. Ken, if there's a final word you wanted to make, questions for you?
No, that's going to be a great video to watch in heaven, how they spread out around the world.
I'm not gonna. I'm seeing how it's going to no.
Thank you so much, Ken.
I don't want to get banned.
Question for Ryan. He's asking, let's see here. Can you refute Ken's point about the moon being too close or the Earth spinning too fast if the Earth is billions of years old? Ryan, what are your thoughts? Definitely would need to. I would like to look into it a little better, but just off the top of my head, the acceleration rate is one thing. It's not going to be moving as fast like the Earth's entire time.
What was that?
People just
I
aren't
don't know how.
distance
Hey,
correctly.
listen close enough to that power line history.
I don't know for sure. I can't repeat.
I can't watch it right now because I'm sure.
Typically or nothing like that.
I know. I can take this to your room, watch the power line there on this.
Figure it out for myself. So, I will eventually.
But
Okay, Ryan, thank you for
I
the
know I can
response
get the
there.
power
And
history on Wikipedia.
over to you if you had anything to add.
That's what I could do.
Well, I think he needs to argue with NASA. NASA has said very clearly they studied it carefully as anybody. They want to go land on that big rock up there. And they think the moon is receding
Wait,
about
who?
3.8 centimeters for almost an inch and a half, for half an inch and a half a year. And they did the recession rate and said, wow, 1.2 billion max. Well, forget that. We know it's 4.6, so forget it. No, let's not forget it. Let's not bypass evidence that goes against your religion. The evidence is clear. You can't have billions of years. I know you need it, but you can't have it scientifically.
Sure.
Not available.
Um,
That is
so
10,000 years old. It would be easy to refute that. Very easy. I don't want to debate.
history
10,000. I can easily refute
of planet.
this man being 10,000 years old. Easily. I can easily refute the Earth being billions of years old. It doesn't prove it's 6,000. But it ain't billions, that's for sure. The salt in the ocean, the spin of the Earth, the moon, population of the Earth.
Oh, it's your top
It's
one.
a scientific opinion. That's it. It can't be billions. Sorry, you can't have it.
Well, yeah. Where'd it go? Oh.
If you wanted a quick final word, go ahead. Yeah, as I said, I don't know a lot about this. I do know for a fact that NASA did say that. But anyway, something
No.
that I don't know a lot about, but I will look into it. Okay, thank you so much there, Ryan. And we're going to start wrapping it up here now that we hit the 90-minute mark with one or two more questions. So let's see here. I'll make sure to pick the most on-topic ones. This one comes in from Michael Diaz. For Ken's opponent, so for you, Ryan, where does the new information come from? By what mechanism can mutations create additional building code? Yeah, so I'll try to answer the best I can. New information is simply just mutation. That's all it is. It's changing a, Tito GEX or whatever. So to say where it comes from is kind of a weird way to look at it, but it's usually there's natural selection, obviously one of the more prominent and popular ones, but there's also artificial selection, all different forms of evolution, but
Pause. It's crazy.
So where does it come from? Just depends
That
on what organism or creature we're talking about. But and what is it? What mechanisms can mutations create additional belly cut out? I don't know. Sorry. I'll look more into it again. Like most things. All right. Thanks for the answer there.
so the
And Kat, over to you.
oh,
Does not have a heart, brain, lungs, pancreas, arms, blood vessels, skin,
that?
hair. There's trillions of things that amoebas do not have. There's a whole lot of information, or protozoa, or bacteria, whatever you want, okay? They don't have any of it. To change from a single cell creature to all these features that we have today, and to claim it as science is ludicrous. I'm sorry. It's not science. That's a great question. Where did the information come from to change your protozoa, or whatever you want to start with, into all these things today? I'd like to know that also. I don't think there's an answer.
Negative.
Just imagine, over millions of years, that's all you have. Imagination, Ryan. I feel sorry for you.
Right.
You can, Ryan, if you wanted a quick final word, go ahead. Yeah, hold on. I'll screenshot this question real quick. And find it out. And I'm next debate if I'm, lucky or fortunate enough to come back and
Yes,
see
it
Mr.
does.
Hogan, I'll have a better answer for you. But yeah, it does happen. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. You believe in evolution as well. You believe in very rapid forms of it. So
Right.
regardless of where it comes from or all that, things evolve. There's no question about that. Okay, gentlemen, final question for the night. Great debate. And to the audience, lots of excellent questions. So I appreciate you guys being so engaged in this always fun topic, evolution on trial. So Mark or Mike Corleone, question for Ryan. What part of evolution is scientifically provable and how? Yeah, so part of evolution, I mean, evolution is a scientific theory, and it's a process in which things evolve.
Theory, not
That
fact.
happens, even if you can't observe all the way from billions of years ago something changing into something today, blah, blah, and yes, I know dogs don't produce non-dogs and all that. But things
Right.
do evolve. Everything evolves. It's not
Sessions
just
crazy.
life. Like, everything in our lives evolves,
Okay.
inanimate and alive. And I don't
Right.
know how scientifically to prove, a particular part of it. I'm sorry. As I said, I'm not an expert. But the thing is, the other option is
That would be important in this story.
that's just ridiculous. You're going by a book written 2000, whatever, so years ago that was mistranslated and misinterpreted so many different times by different generations of humans, and then relying on it to
Right.
base your entire worldview around the scientific process. But I don't know.
Okay.
Ryan,
Let's see.
Kat, over to you. Kat, I think you might be on mute. There you go. There you go.
Ryan, you're basing your entire worldview on a bunch of humans who lived and came from rocks slowly over billions of years. I don't think that's common sense either. Okay. So, what is observable is variations within the
Down the bees in the hive. What's that song about? Chase on the clouds, sky. Count on bees in the hive. Chase on the clouds and sky.
Thank you very much, Ken. And this was the final question, and the question was for you, Ryan. We'll give you the final word if you'd like it. Go ahead. Yeah, sure. You're like a hero and save it all. We haven't done it in 30, 40 years yet. Maybe one day. So, yeah, I got really nothing else to add to it.
Home visit from my house and then me this year will appreciate those.
So we've been here to the end. It's been a fantastic debate, very lively discussion. And so before we completely wrap it up, let's just have some quick final words, final thoughts. Ryan, that kind of sounded like that was your quick final word, final thought. If you wanted to add anything, go ahead. Then we'll hand it to
Oh, you're priesthood. You don't do it for that.
Some of the more fun debates, evolution on trial. So thank you again, Ryan, for being willing to engage in this topic. And Ken, over to you. Thank you as well for your time tonight. Quick final words, final thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, one thing is for sure, we're all gonna die. Gonna be here for a long time, real long time. George Washington died over 220 years ago. He's still dead.
What in the world?
You're gonna die one day. Where you going? Smoking or not smoking? Of course, it's up to you.
Missed it. This is all up to. Oh, there it is. Okay. Fine. We use 214. Good. I'm trying to find our roadway zone. That's what this started by. Last message. You already got Talia.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for those final words, final thoughts. Ken, and also to Ryan, thanks for the audience. Thanks for tuning in. And we're going to wrap it up.
I'll try the fifth
I'll let the
page.
debaters out. As usual, I'll stick around for 2 minutes going over some announcements and reminders. So I'll be back, but to the debaters, thanks again. God bless.
Oh, no, fifth page. So many. I gotta do this.
All right, there we go. Another one in the books. And I want to thank everybody in the audience. We had a ton of excellent questions. We always get a lot of awesome questions for these shows. We are so close to December. This Evolution Debate Challenge series, it has been prolific. It's been a ton of fun. When me and Kent discussed it at the end of 2021 and then basically put out the challenge in 2022 in January.
Oh, have fun.
I don't think we realized we'd be getting this many debates, but it has been a ton of fun. A series to remember. I think now you can look on the website, check the playlist. We've done over 50 in just the Evolution Debate Challenge series. We've incorporated though debates on the age of the Earth, global flood, so on and so forth. Where I've engaged in this series, endogenous retroviruses, for example. I've done a number of debates on that. Considering I've written a book on it, which you can see behind me, and also pick up on the website or even in the description box of this video. We've also had Professor David McQueen, our teen geologist. He's engaged in this debate. As a matter of fact, he'll be back here on, I believe, December 14th. He'll be debating Ryan Adler on the feasibility of Noah's Ark. So that should be fun. Debates on Noah's Ark are always, it's a hot topic, so I'm looking forward to that one. And we've got, for December, we've got several more debates in the Evolution Debate Challenge series. So in the coming week or two, you should see me post those. For December, I've got about between, I think, 10 to 12 events.
Gravel for free. Oh, yeah, I read that.
December and January. I've got a lot of the thumbnails good to go for them, so I'll probably be setting them in the next couple days. And we are going to
Someone was up to
end the year with a bang, I gotta say. We've now hosted close to 250 debates. 250 debates. So perfect for all the debate addicts out there. I love debates. We've got debates on all sorts of topics. Theology, soteriology, nature of God, creation, evolution, ancestry, eschatology. A little bit of everything for you. Ashley Myers, thank you so much. Sister, she says, I've been enjoying your Dawn of the Antichrist book and your
His world, he didn't have a shadow. His voice didn't have a shadow. He just couldn't afford the plan.
No.
German. There it is.
Beyond the Saga, The Diary of Ruthie Wegley. Discussion in fan fiction before, Saga, and Beyond started by Study 888, January 2, 2024. 1. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Title, The Diary of Ruthie Wegley Nusserd. Author, Brent Study 888 Salden. Characters, Ruthie Wegley Nusserd and her husband Jubliski Nusserd. Plot, given in body of diary. 4. Full Year Dear Diary 2024 Challenge. Notes, I invite comments and concrete. This diary ties into some of my other fanfics. Day 1. I am a way seeker. I find my own path. I practice the force for light and life, not subject to the will of the councils, but to the will of the force alone. I was born on Relith, from a family of human colonists there. I am a 31-year-old female, married to a 33-year-old male named Jubliski Nusserd. He pilots this ship. I am his co-pilot and navigator. Although my husband is a stranger to the ways of the Force, he loves me and accepts me for who I am. We courted on Relith. My name is Ruthie Wegley Nusserd. This is my diary. For the last 2 years we have roamed the galaxy following the will of the Force. 50 years ago Palpatine was finally defeated. Rey and Ben are much older now. Finn sits on the Jedi Council with Grogu. But, like I said, I act independently of all the Jedi Councils. Why I chose this was for 2 reasons. 1. I do not wish to be restricted by the decisions of the Jedi Order. And 2. I wish to be free to follow the Force no matter where it leads. Yesterday, we spent time on the shipbuilding planet of Coralia to transact business there. Today we are traveling through hyperspace following coordinates I was given through the Force. Where we stop I do not know. That is all for now, diary. This is Ruthie WN, signing off. Day 3. Still traveling through hyperspace. Day 4. We came out of hyperspace over a green verdant planet that is not on any of the star charts. My husband asked me where we were. I told him I did not know. We landed 3 hours ago and have made camp. The wind is brutal, battering against our temporary shelter, and the rain is coming down in sheets. We are about to eat a good dinner and then we will say our prayers to deity and go to sleep. I like listening to the pitter-patter of the rain on the shelter roof and walls. Day 5. We broke camp 5 hours ago, 2 hours after dawn. The sky is red and purple and the sun is huge. We hiked into the forest and stopped so I could pray for direction and to have a hint at why we are here, and so I could write. We are sitting on a massive downed log. The woods are full of noise, bugs buzzing and chirping, animal sounds, leaves rustling in the pleasant breeze. The woods are also deep and mysterious. I suddenly am starting to feel the force coming strong from the east, so we will turn in that direction. 4 hours later, we continue east. We ran into an enormous furry creature with claws and fangs. My husband showed no fear as I connected to it through the force, and tamed it. It went away, and we followed it to water. We refilled our canteens with fresh, pure water from a brook. Later, we made camp in a clearing. The force is getting stronger. Even Jubliss says he can feel it. I have been teaching him how to open himself up to it during our hike. We dare not make a fire because I see signs of civilization. A dropped artifact here. A structure in the woods there. We are praying that the natives here are friendly. My husband is a Twi'lek. Forgot to mention that. What made me think to include that detail, is the thought, will the natives be humanoid or alien? A study of their artifacts revealed nothing in this regard. Last edited, January 2nd, 2024. Study 888, January 2nd, 2024. Edit. Report. Greg MCP, Alibid Obi-Wan, Happy Sando and 3 others like this. 2. Warm Nyota _Swedisha. Chosen 1. Registered, August 31st, 2004. A wonderful start. I like Ruthie and the context in which she keeps a diary. Traveling with her husband as a wayseeker is absolutely cool, not being tied to the strictures of Jedi councils and politics overall. I am utterly fascinated by the world they find themselves on. It sounds lovely and relatively undeveloped, i.e., not urbanized excessively. I look forward to any encounters with the natives. Warm Nyota _Swedisha, January 3rd, 2024. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan and Kaharo like this. 3. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Day 6. We broke camp before dawn and continue east. It is now around noon. We stopped to eat a hearty lunch in a clearing. 3 hours later, we are coming up on a massive temple. Is it a Jedi temple or a Sith temple? From this distance I cannot tell, but the force is strong. Day 7. I took my diary into the temple. My husband had to stay outside. Although I do not consider myself a Jedi, the temple admitted me. The temple gave me 3 tests of my character and strength of heart, each one more difficult than the last, and I passed all 3. In the last trial, all my friends I had made along life's journey, including my husband, were teasing me, jeering and berating me with things that I knew were true about me. But I ignored it all and forgave them all from my heart and said, this is not real. Then they all disappeared, and I received a Kyber crystal. I suppose now I am supposed to build a lightsaber. So I will. I came across a holocron, which I opened. It contains much Jedi lore as well as instructions on building one. I was prompted by the Force to take it with me. I sat down on the floor to write, and I will pray for thanks. Later, my husband was grateful to see me again. He had started to worry about me. We started to make our way back to our ship. Day 11. We boarded our ship, and are now traveling through hyperspace to Coruscant, where we will vacation. Meanwhile, I have been hard at work building my lightsaber, and busy studying Jedi lore. Day 13. We are renting a condominium on lovely Coruscant. Yesterday we went to see an opera, and a play. We dined at a fine restaurant. I am still working on my lightsaber, and poring over Jedi lore not even Luke Skywalker knew.
Wow.
Day 16. My husband made me breakfast in bed this morning.
Awesome.
We went shopping for luxuries and much needed supplies.
Okay.
Day 21. We are going to Lothal. We will be meeting an aged Garazabe Aurelios, and the droid chopper. We will be attending the funeral of the late General Hera Syndulla. As I stare at the mottled sky of hyperspace, I contemplate life and death, two constants. Day 23. We have arrived at Lothal. Garazabe is a pleasant fellow. The droid is rather somber, having lost his best friend. Cham Syndulla, her father, has outlived her, but he himself is ailing. My husband knows him well, and was acquainted with Hera before her passing. The funeral is tomorrow. We are staying at a hotel. The aged Ezra and Sabina Bridger, Jedi Masters, are attending also, as well as her son Jason and his family. I wish to talk to Ezra and Sabina about possibly joining the Jedi Order, as the deity has been whispering to me lately. Thank you, Warm Yoda _Swedish. Sorry to subvert expectations. Last edited, January 3rd, 2024. Study 888, January 3rd, 2024. Edit. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan, Kahara, Warm Yoda _Swedish, and one other person like this. 4. Warm Yoda _Swedish. Chosen 1. Registered, August 31st, 2004. At Study 8880, fascinating progression of events. She passes unexpected tests of character, gets a holocron, and builds a lightsaber. Her husband is wonderfully supportive.
Yeah.
Great mentions of Zeb, Ezra, Sabina. Sad to read of Hera's passing. I can well imagine Chopper is somber. Ruthie becoming a Jedi will present interesting challenges and choices. Warm Yoda _Swedish, January 3rd, 2024. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan and Kahara like this. 5. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Day 24. The funeral was a thing of beauty as we celebrated the life of an honored captain and general. Now Garazabe Aurelios is the captain of the Ghost, and his wife and daughter, and a young man, a Jedi, Leon Sol, Spectre 4. Phoenix Squadron is still needed in the New Republic. The aged Fawn Mothma Dameron, and her husband Poe were also at the funeral, as well as Rey, Ben, Finn, and Grogu. After the military buildup with the Palpatine and Vong incidents, the military was never again decommissioned. I am to report to Farsha 4 in a week, where I will be assigned a master. I have been accepted as a Jedi youngling by the Order. I am very happy, and look forward to becoming a Padawan with great anticipation. At the funeral I also met the current Chancellor of the New Republic, Destiny Mothma, who has reigned for 20 years. Finn and Rose's children and grandchildren and their families were also present, as well as the aged Rose Tico, Jedi Master, and the aged Ahsoka Tano. Day 27. Almost finished with my lightsaber. It will have a blue blade. Thank you, Warm Yoda _Swedish. More tomorrow, when I can make 2 more updates. Last edited, January 15th, 2024. Study 888, January 3rd, 2024. Edit. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan, Kahara, Happy Sando and one other person like this. 6. Warm Nyota _ Swedisha. Chosen 1. Registered, August 31st, 2004. Eagerly awaiting who will mentor Ruthie. Warm Nyota _ Swedisha, January 3rd, 2024. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan and Kaharo like this. 7. Study 888. Force goes. Registered, July 16, 1999. Okay, folks. Here's another update. Day 31. My master is Master Gibkonis, a female Togruta. She really put me through the ringer. Since I was not quite done with my saber, I'm having a difficult time fine-tuning the harmonics of the blade emitter. She lent me a training saber for saber practice. Her lessons are simple but tough, but I have learned a whole lot, even on the first day. During the evening she taught me Jedi meditation techniques, which have been a real help to me, then taught me much Jedi lore. She opened my holocron and examined its contents. She was fascinated and learned some things herself. Barsha 4 is a purple jewel of a planet, its surface mainly purple volcanic glass. There is almost no green on it at all. The temple is a golden palace which glistens in the light of Barsha's 3 moons at night, and during the day, to look upon the temple edifice is nearly blinding. My husband was permitted to observe my training. Master Konis also practices the Katasandan school of Jedi and says I'm not advanced enough in my training yet to try to use a Katasandan triblade. She has 2 lightsabers, both green, and 2 purple triblades. I am riding before bed in the outbuilding to the temple. I am very tired and my body is feeling the day's training. Master Konis assured me it had been honorable to be a Wayseeker, but some are led from Wayseeker to full-fledged Jedi, and I followed my true heart and did the right thing. I believe it with all my heart. This is Ruthie W. N. signing off. Day 33. Endless calisthenics, saber practice, and a restrictive diet. Meanwhile my hubby gets to eat all he wants. I am glad for him, and I don't complain. This is good for me. I finally finished my lightsaber. It's about 1 meter long, 20 millimeters wide, and handles very well, but I almost burned myself with it, but barely escaped doing so, thank deity. Day 34. I got to eat a big meal. Then my master told me I needed it for energy, or I would be pushed to the limit today, and she was right. As my hubby watched, I was pushed to the absolute limit of human endurance, and then some. It's evening now, and I showered in another outbuilding to the temple, and am about to collapse onto our bed. Night. Last edited, January 15, 2024. Study 888, January 4, 2024. Edit. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan, Kahara, Happy Sando and one other person like this. 8. Warm Nyota _ Swedisha. Chosen 1. Registered, August 31st, 2004. Barsha sounds like a gorgeous world and the temple lovely. The training sounds hard, but I get the sense Ruthie is doing well enough. Warm Nyota _ Swedisha, January 4th, 2024. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan and Kaharo like this. 9. Happy Sando. Jedi Master. Registered, June 23, 2023. This is quite beautiful, and given such emotional weight by being tied so closely to so many well-loved characters. Really appreciate the thought you've given to where everybody could theoretically be, so many years down the line from where we last saw them. Some of it's sad to read, of course. I guess that's the passage of time for you. But separate from that detail, I really like Ruthie Wegley Nussert as an author. She tells a good story, and I respect her for starting out by following purely the will of the Force, rather than any political or religious organization's interpretation of it. It'll be interesting to see how she integrates with the Order, once she's gotten through all of the super tough training set by Master Konus. To paraphrase the spirit of a famous Jedi, these are her first steps, and they're real compelling. And finally, as a general note, I also enjoyed all the minor touches you've peppered throughout, like Ruthie reopening her diary just to say still traveling through hyperspace, which lends a lot of authenticity. Looking forward to more, as and when. Happy Sando, January 10, 2024. Report. Ulibid Obi-Wan, Kahara, and Warm Yoda _ Swedish like this. 10. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Day 36. I'm traveling to another Jedi temple on Tatooine with Master Konus and my husband Jublis. We should be there by tomorrow. We have had 5 saber drills since we left Farsha. Day 38. From the moment I arrived at the temple on Tatooine with the glass ceiling, I have felt a deeper connection to deity. This is a very special temple indeed. I have been receiving very specialized training here according to my bents. And I have really been studying and learning much. And this is only my second day being here. Yesterday, as the twin suns were setting, I was practicing calisthenics before meditation before bed on campus, the outbuildings. When I slept I dreamt of pleasant things. My dreams had never been so pleasant as last night. I met Jedi Masters Klon and Lyrsa today, who were both very aged but still very much active in the Jedi and Katasandan councils here and on Farsha 4. Day 45. My days here at this temple have been pretty much routine until today when I began very intensive Force training. I learned about aspects of the Force previously unknown to me, and experienced them. The day ended as usual with calisthenics and meditation, then we retired in the outbuildings, as some of the masters kept a vigil in the temple. Day 60. Sorry I haven't updated you in a while diary, but nothing really new has happened lately, worth of note. There are new things I learn each day, such as plant life, animal life, alien life, planets of the galaxies, etc., and languages, history of the galaxy parts 1 to 4, meditation techniques, electives like choir, debate team, and other extracurricular activities. But nothing spectacular has really happened. Until today. A friend of mine fractured his left foot and I observed another friend of mine heal it with the Force, and he could walk on it as if nothing had happened. I am thankful to deity for this miracle. Study 888, January 13, 2024. Edit. Report. Ulibid Obi-Wan, Kahara, and Happy Sando like this. 11. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Day 84. After many days of routine, I was finally given an assignment with my master Konus, to the planet Mapuzo, a planet that was part of the path once upon a time, where Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader had once dueled. Our contact on that planet is someone I have not heard of before, named Maz Zoelefield. We should be there by tomorrow. Day 86. Praise gods. It was someone I have heard of after all. Maz Zoelefield turned out to be none other than Maz Kanata, and Zoelefield is her married name. Her reputation is legendary. She needed protection for herself and her new family from marauders. Her children and husband, Zoelefield, feared for their lives because of these marauders, who demanded half of their food supplies and other goods each 2 months, or else. My master Gibconus has assured me that I am sufficiently prepared to help this family with the help of my master and deity and the force. We spent the last 2 says, and half the nights preparing against the marauders come. Day 88. The battle was fierce, but we triumphed. Master Conus was badly injured, but after the battle Bacta, healing herbs administered by Mez and the force combined to completely heal her. I escaped with several bruises, which only needed the herbs. But the marauders promised to return again. We suggested Mez and her new husband Lay relocate, but they refused. So we are preparing for another, bigger battle, and have sent for New Republic and Jedi allies. Day 95. The big battle nearly killed me. I lost many friends. I'm bedridden and Master Conus as my husband are constantly attending me. And I have found that I am pregnant. Fortunately, the child is healthy. That is a miracle. Gotta go. I need a Bacta bath. Day 150. I have finally healed and I'm back on my feet again. I'm big with child. I only have 1 more month, if that, before she is born. Day 175. She is beautiful. She is healthy. And my husband will be a good father. We are back on Farsha 4. I have maternity leave from my training. The baby is a real handful, but Jublius and I are good parents. This diary is full. Author's note. Entries, 26. Goal, 24. Full year challenge complete. Coda. I was originally going to do the diary of an established character before I realized I was biting off more than I could chew, backed up, and invented an OC off the cuff. So I am presenting unto you the diary of Ruthie Wegley. May the force be with you and God bless. At Happy Sando, thank you for your compliments. Last edited, January 13, 2024. Study 888, January 13, 2024. Edit. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan, Kahara, Happy Sando and one other person like this. 12. Warm Nyota _Swedisha. Chosen 1. Registered, August 31, 2004. Very eventful on a Jedi and personal life level. I like how she is able to blend both roles successfully. Warm Nyota _Swedisha, January 13, 2024. Report. You, Alibid Obi-Wan and Kahara like this. 13. Alibid Obi-Wan. Chosen 1. Registered, August 21, 2006. I really like your OC and how she is writing about her Jedi training and experiences. With a full diary, will she start a second one? Alibid Obi-Wan, January 14, 2024. Report. You and Kahara like this. 14. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Devil in the Details challenged me to continue Ruthie's diary all year, so expect many more entries soon. Warm Nyota _Swedisha, Alibid Obi-Wan, thanks for your compliments and challenge. Study 888, January 14, 2024. Edit. Report. Happy Sando, Kahara, Warm Nyota _Swedisha, and one other person like this. 15. Happy Sando. Jedi Master. Registered, June 23, 2023. I'm real pleased you've decided to continue adding entries, as I was a little sad to see this end so soon. especially after Ruthie was put through the ringer on Mapuzo. Although I also loved her experiences on Tatooine, it was great to see somebody actually enjoy being there for once. Feels like those Marauder battles were her true Jedi trial, and one heck of an extreme one at that, too. I also want to add that the way you interweave established characters, planets, and events is nothing short of masterful, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what's next for Ruthie, Jubliss, and their daughter. Happy Sando, January 14, 2024. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan, Kahara, and Warm Yoda _Swedish like this. 16. Warm Yoda _Swedish. Chosen 1. Registered, August 31, 2004. I would also enjoy reading of any flashbacks Ruthie had involving any interactions with established characters as it becomes relevant in the overall story. Warm Yoda _Swedish, January 14, 2024. Report. Alibid Obi-Wan and Kahara like this. 17. Kahara. Chosen 1. Registered, March 3, 2001. Day 1. It's very cool to see someone kind of reviving that tradition of Wayseekers later in the timeline. It gives Ruth a really different set of experiences from someone that started off being trained as a Jedi. She's kind of going about it sideways, not so differently than Luke in some ways. And I like that we get a bit of her motivation in doing this. It's not so much about wanting to be a lone wolf as it is being true to her sense of where the Force wants her to be. Sounds like they have a very steady and supportive relationship. That's really nice to see. And it's always interesting to me to see Jedi, or Jedi-adjacent beings, who do have relationships and families, and the various ways that they balance that. That seems like it must lead to a lot of interesting experiences. Kahara, January 15, 2024. Report. You and Alibid Obi-Wan like this. 18. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Happy Sando, Kahara, thank you. And now I will try to write her second book. Warm Yoda _Sweeisha, I may just try to do that. The Diary of Ruthie Wegley, Book 2. This diary and my lightsaber and my last diary are the only property, besides my clothes and some other personal things, and the relationship I have with my daughter and husband, that I own, so if found please return to my master Gib Konis, who is usually at the Jedi Temple on Farsha 4. Thanks in advance and compensation is due. Continued from my first diary. Day 540. Our daughter, Tamara Ann Nusserd, is 1 year old today. She had a little cake with jurgen fruit and one candle. It was so adorable seeing her gobble it down after she blew out the candle. A lot has happened since I last wrote. I became a Jedi Knight. It was decided that the Battle of Mapuzo and the trauma I suffered there was my trial of the flesh, and the tests I passed at the temple I went to were my mirror and the trial of the spirit. I have faced other trials since I last wrote, including besting a fellow Padawan in single saber combat, and advanced force use. I also went on 2 more missions, one alone, and the second mission was a particular trial, for I came face to face with temptation, death, and near defeat, and triumphed. I have recently been way too busy to start another journal and hadn't actually planned on keeping a second one when at a shop in Mos Espa I saw a big thick blank book and I happened to have the money for it, so I bought it and some ancient light marking pens, that imprint on paper. In my last journal I used regular old ink, but this is a lot easier to use and I don't get it all over my hands. Right now I'm at the temple on Tatooine. My former master is on Farsha 4, now my sister. I'm about to start my routine as a knight, meditation, saber technique, study, etc., but thought I'd write first. Bye for today. Last edited, January 15, 2024. Study 888, January 15, 2024. Edit. Report. Warm Nyota _ Swedisha, Happy Sando, Alibid Obi-Wan and one other person like this. 19. Alibid Obi-Wan. Chosen 1. Registered, August 21, 2006. Yes, she has found a book with marking pens and can continue to write about her adventures. Nice details about Tamara and her trials to become a Jedi Knight. Alibid Obi-Wan, January 16, 2024. Report. You and Kaharo like this. 20. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Thank you Alibid Obi-Wan, expect another update soon, maybe tomorrow or so, guys. Study 888, January 16, 2024. Edit. Report. Kahara, Alibid Obi-Wan and Happy Sando like this. 21. Happy Sando.
It's expired.
Jedi Master. Registered, June 23, 2023. Many happy returns, Tamara. Happy Sando, January 16, 2024. Report. Kahara, Alibid Obi-Wan, and Warm Nyota _ Swedisha like this. 22. Warm Nyota _ Swedisha. Chosen 1. Registered, August 31, 2004. Happy to see this continued and glad she has prevailed and her family and adventures are ongoing. Warm Nyota _ Swedisha, January 16, 2024. Report. Kahara and Alibid Obi-Wan like this.
Doesn't work.
23. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Thanks Sando and Nyota / Aisha. I may write more tonight if I don't crash and fall fast asleep. Study 888, January 19, 2024. Edit. Report. Kahara, Alibid Obi-Wan, Happy Sando and one other person like this. 24. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Day 560. I am on assignment. The Jedi and my husband are watching after Tamara. I am with another, female, Jedi, who I am good friends with. I am on assignment. The Jedi and my husband. I am on assignment. Study 888, January 19, 2024. Edit. Report. Kahara, Alibid Obi-Wan, Happy Sando and one other person like this. 24. Study 888. Force Ghost. Registered, July 16, 1999. Day 560. I am on assignment. The Jedi and my husband are watching after Tamara. I am with another, female, Jedi, who I am good friends with, Jedi Knight Lisa Flinney, who is being dispatched with me to the planet Utapa, a diplomatic mission. The Utes and the Pawns are divided as to whether they will join the United Dyad of Galaxies and they have called on the Jedi to negotiate terms. We should be there by 0500 hours tomorrow. Utapa is in the outer rim like Tatooine, but it's kinda far away from Tatooine. Study 888, February 7, 2024. Edit. Report. Kahara, Alibid Obi-Wan, Happy Sando and one other person like this. 25. Warm Nyota _ Swedisha. Chosen 1. Registered, August 31st, 2004. Great intro to a fascinating diplomatic mission. Yotapa is an interesting setting as it is in the Outer Rim and there are negotiations about joining the United Dyad of Galaxies. That is a cool designation. Warm Nyota _Swedisha, February 7, 2024. Report. Kahara, Alibid Obi-Wan and Happy Sando like this. I did some research about Yotapa and its people but it's pretty one-dimensional intel. I'll have to make do with the scanty info I could glean from YouTube and the internet and probably just make some stuff up, so here goes, Study 888. And thanks for your comments. I'm looking forward to this myself as I do not know how this will turn out. I usually just type or write and let stories just write themselves, so I will be just as surprised as you guys at the results. And I know you guys have been waiting a long time for an update to the diary. I hope not to disappoint. So here goes.
Look over 2 pages. Wow, it connects. Nice. What's on page 2? God, I hope we get it. Okay. I got you. Well, okay. Ah! Wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that. Definitely. What was that? Oh, we probably should change what TV. That's not. Wait, that's not racial relations. Father, Holy Spirit, Son, give me inspiration. Day 565. 566. Well, I decided to live amongst the and okay. Okay.
Sister Note. Fleeny. Elected to sing more upper surface tone. Bye guys, I'm gonna start another stream after this. That's him talking, not me. I'm not trying to stream yet. Or am I?
Nobody's happy about how the Star Wars sequels turned out. Sure, there are some people out there who did enjoy the trilogy, and...
Okay, I can't show that. Okay. But I can